evening, councillors. Good evening, members of the public, and welcome to this meeting of the Inner West Council. I will now declare this meeting open at 6:30. My name is Philippa Scott. I will be chairing this meeting this evening as the Deputy Mayor of the Council. Throughout the meeting, you can refer to me as Chair. And I will remind councillors this evening of the oath or affirmation that we took at the beginning of our term as councillors, and remind you all to adhere to those principles and the code of meeting practice. I begin this evening's meeting by acknowledging that we are meeting tonight on Gadigal and Wongal land, and I pay my respect to elders past and present. Councillors, are there any apologies, requests for leave of absence or requests for online attendance this evening? I believe we have an apology from Councillor Shetty, who is now in the Parliament, and an apology from the Mayor, Darcy Byrne, who is unwell. Can I have a mover to accept those apologies? Councillor D'Arienzo, and a seconder, Councillor Stevens. All those in favour of accepting those? Opposed? Declare that carried. Now, in the spirit of open and accessible democracy, this evening's meeting will be broadcast on YouTube for our legions of fans. And I will remind both councillors and members of the public that it will be live streamed and that you should use no defamatory, discriminatory or offensive language. The camera will be focused on the council chamber and not on the gallery. Any part of the meeting that's held in closed session, however, will not be broadcast. Do any councillors this evening have conflicts of interest or perceived to declare? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 16, the Local Traffic Committee, as I work in the Ministerial Office of the Minister for Transport, who in her capacity as a member for Summerhill has a representative on the Local Traffic Committee. I will remain in the meeting during discussion and voting, as the vote of the state member is exercised through a representative.
Can I have a mover to accept Councillor Howard's, Councillor D'Arienzo, seconded by Councillor Smith? All those in favour of accepting that? Thank you. And opposed?
Chair.
Declare that carried. Councillor Griffiths.
I have a conflict of interest for item 16, which is the local traffic committee meeting. My conflict is non-significant, non-pecuniary. As for traffic committee meeting minutes discuss some proposed works on my street, and it's non-significant as I am non-propertied, don't own, and it has very little influence over my life.
Thank you, Councillor Griffith. Is there a mover to accept Councillor Griffith's declaration? Councillor Howard, and a seconder, Councillor Atkins. All those in favour? Opposed? Declare that carried. Councillor Drury.
Thank you, Chair, and how wonderful to see you in the chair. I need to declare a significant and possibly pecuniary interest in relation to item 13. My street is referred to somewhat it's referred to as a hot spot. A term that we don't particularly like in our street. So I'll just get out of here when you chat about that.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Is there a mover to accept Councillor Drury's conflict? Councillor Lockie, and seconded Councillor Langford. All those in favour? Opposed? Declare that carried. Thank you all. I will ask you all to now join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, is there a mover for the adoption of the minutes as listed on the agenda? Councillor Smith, and a seconder, Councillor Langford. Are there any clarifications, corrections, comments, questions, concerns about those minutes? If not, I'll put those to a vote. All those in favour of adopting the minutes and opposed, I'll declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, we are now on to the public forum, and I very much thank the members of the public who have chosen to join us this evening to speak about items on the council agenda. There are a number of speakers registered this evening, and I will read out your name and the item that you are here to speak about. If you have not heard your name at the end of this list, but you believe that you should be here and you have an item to speak to, please make yourself known to a council officer and they can assist. The first item we have a registered speaker for is Marrickville Parklands and Golf Course, Andrew Tighe of Marrickville. The next item we have registered speakers for is the Plan of Management for Hammond Park, Yaying Dong of Ashfield, Nick Cambuinas of Earlwood, Jean Coriel of Marrickville, Josephine Pinto of Ashfield and Annette Alexander of Ashfield. The next item is the Draft Plan of Management for Blackmore Park, Luke Wright of Leichhardt. The next item is item 7, Fishing along Foreshore Reserves, Annette Hartman of Balmain East. Then item 8, the Electric Vehicle Encouragement Strategy, Tim Hand of Balmain and Stan Baker of Balmain. We have item 11, Macarthur Parade Dulwich Hill Heritage Order, Mark Skelsey of Dulwich Hill. Item 29, Community Batteries, Dr. Margaret Vickers of Balmain. Item 32, Notice of Motion LEP, Justin Simon of Summerhill. And item 42, the Mayoral Minute Customer Service in Development Assessments, Ray Stevens of Balmain and Matt Wilk of Roselle. If there are any other speakers, please make yourselves known. Sir, could I ask you to speak with our council officer if you believe you should be registered to speak to an item? Thank you. And we'll go to our first registered speaker, which is on item 3, the Marrickville Parklands and Golf Course Priority Plan of Management. Andrew Tighe of Marrickville. Welcome, Mr. Tighe. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you everybody for the opportunity to speak today. I understand that this item was deferred from last meeting on the understanding that there was a requirement that the council was satisfied that the club had been consulted sufficiently over the issues on the plan of management, and I really appreciate your concerns that the club is being consulted, and I can confirm that we are very happy with the way that the council has interacted with the club over the plan of management. It's been a long time coming, the plan of management. It's a really good plan. It's a plan that satisfies so many issues for the community and the club, and with the council's support on this, I think we can have a really fantastic outcome on it. It focuses essentially on public access, public safety and public amenity, as well as providing an ongoing golf course, which is a very important thing. Those of you who, so many of you are supporters of the golf club, and it's great to see you at so many of our events. We have been able to invite the community down to lots of non-golfing events. We've got film festivals, we've got music festivals, we had Pride Golf Day, we've got Indigenous Golf Day coming up. We really focused on making it a community area, and with council support through the ideas expressed in the plan of management, we feel that we can, there's almost no limit to what we can do with the golf course to make it more than just a sporting excellence. We can make it a community excellence. I often think of it as like everybody loves Marrickville Library, and we can make Marrickville Golf Course the Marrickville Library of outdoor sports. That can be the indoor excellence, we can be the outdoor excellence, but it will be with council support. We have a very progressive membership, and we have a lot of really good ideas, but we do need council support for to make these, to realise these things. And of course, there's always the question of funding, but then that's another thing. Our preferred model is to come up with ideas, get support and permission from council, and then find funding through grant applications. So we feel that that's a very successful model, and the issues that the plan of management raises, especially the ones that we've prioritised, we feel are really very much achievable. And at this point, I really have to thank Aaron Callaghan for all the work he's done on this project. It has been fantastic, It's a really comprehensive plan. It's a very thoughtful plan, and his interaction with the community and the club has been really valuable. He's made a lot of changes and accommodations, and we've been trying to work together on this. So I really hope that the council is able to support this initiative and to support the club into the future to make this really fabulous plan come to fruition. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tai, and excellent timekeeping. If all of our registered speakers could be as efficient as Mr. Tai, that would be very much appreciated. You'll hear a little bell when you have at the 2.5 minute mark, and at 3 minutes you will really need to wrap up. The next item for which we have registered speakers is the plan of management for Hammond Park, and we'll start with Yaying Dong of Ashfield, who I believe is against this motion. Yaying, are you available?
Hi, good evening everyone, can you hear me?
We can hear you, however we cannot see you, so I'm just going to ask the council officers to rearrange the screen so that we can, there we are, well, for us, perhaps not for everybody. Right, I think we are right to go. Mr. Dong,
All right.
the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Yang Dong, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in the discussion of item 4 in relation to the future development plan of Hammond Park. I would like to, first of all, just express my overall appreciation for the plan. I do believe that there are certain aspects of the plan that can greatly enhance the park's usage and also enhance the role of the community with respect to usage of the park and the upgrade to facilities. However, I would like to voice my opposition against specific proposals of that plan, which one is to increase Hammond Park's operating hours, and the section of the development plan that is in relation to the upgrade of amenities to include a kiosk, equipment store, and change rooms. Now, based on the materials that you would see, an online survey was held in late 2022, and already the single highest use of Hammond Park is currently organised sports at over 52%, with club training in third place at 31%. Now, as a resident living adjacent to Hammond Park, I've already seen the consequences of this overcrowding at the expense of other community park users such as Tai Chi, early mothers groups, kickboxing, etc. So I am very worried that increasing the park's operating hours will further erode the usage of the park by the broader community. Now, further to this, the current use of the park for organised sports has already resulted in increased litter, reduced availability of street parking, and increased sound and traffic congestion. Now, these issues remain largely unresolved, and hence increasing the park's use for organised sports will only exacerbate these problems. Now, at a minimum, especially for local residents that live surrounding the park and adjacent to the park, I do appreciate that a plan from council in terms of how to alleviate the current negative spillovers of the park's use for sports before we look to increase operating hours. And so my proposal here is really to maintain the status quo in relation to the current usage. Secondly, the upgrade of the amenities, including a kiosk, equipment storage, and change rooms, represents, in my opinion, a very narrow focus of the park's future development, as this again is clearly targeted at sporting groups. Now, this would seem to be inconsistent with community values of inclusiveness. As I already mentioned, I've seen a lot of overcrowding of one particular group that uses the park at the expense of many others. Now, I do appreciate that there's increased demand for recreation. However, this is not expressed exclusively through sports use. Now, Ashfield and...
Mr. Dong, I'm going to ask you to conclude this sentence and then to wrap up. Thank you. Your time has expired.
Okay, well, just want to reiterate that, again, the upgrade of the park, increased hours, and to the kiosk represents a very narrow focus. I do believe Currently, we should retain the status quo.
Thank you, Mr. Dong. Thank you. Your time's expired. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker for this item is Nick Cambunius of Earlwood. Please make yourself known. Thank you. Welcome. And I believe you are for this motion.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, councillors and council officers. My name is Nick Cambunius and I'm the chairman of Football Canterbury. Football Canterbury is the local association which provides competition for grassroots. It provides competition for our community. We are a non-for-profit organisation, and what we do is we provide competition for our clubs, and one such club is Ashfield Pirates. Ashfield Pirates is a non-for-profit organisation. They provide opportunities for people within the community to play sport. Kids ranging from 3 to 18, adults ranging upwards of even over 65 to be able to play organised sport. Ashfield Pirates, since their inception, has been a fantastic club for our organisation. They've continued to grow and they provide wonderful benefits for the community. The players are members of the community. They're members of Ashfield. They're members of surrounding suburbs. Their kids, their families, they're ratepayers. They contribute financially to Inner West Council and therefore should have access to usage of the park. The proposed changes that we see for Hammond Park look fantastic in the plan of management, and council should be congratulated on putting those together. Those changes will not only have benefit for our association and for organised sport, but for other sports as well, and for the community, for passive users. So the list of changes aren't limited just to sporting organisations. Hammond Park is a park, but it does also have a sporting field. It's got line markings, it's got goalposts. So the field should be adequately used. So we are definitely in favour of the proposed changes. We can't wait to see if those proposed changes go through. We believe Ashfield will have a showpiece field in Hammond Park, one of the showpiece fields within our organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cambunius, and please accept my apologies for mispronouncing your name. The next speaker for this item is John Curiel of Marrickville, who is also for the motion. And please also accept my apologies for mispronouncing your name earlier.
That's okay. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I remember 8 years ago was the first time that I actually came in this chamber, and this is now the second time that I've been here. The first time was that we were introducing Ashfield Pirates as the first Ashfield community club in the original Ashfield Council. At that moment, I was so excited about, introducing the club, and then after I walked out with a number of people that we had that were against having the Pirates in the community, that actually made me more determined to show that we can actually work with the community. Now, there have been times when people go, well, this is our park, we need to have this, and Hammond Park is an Ashfield park. It is an Ashfield community park. When we first started, we started with 32 players. As of today, we are 2 players short of 500. We have over 300 of our children that go to Ashfield de la Salle, now it's St Vincent, Ashfield Public School. We have 85% of our players are from the original Ashfield Council. 95% of our players are from the Inner West Council. Now, over the last 7 years, we've provided over 150 scholarships to kids that could not have played football before. And it might not just be about the fact that they can't afford to play, but it was at times where the school principal would speak to us and say that our kids would need the guidance of a coach or have a mentor. We've spent over $15,000 in the way of sponsorship of events and those sort of things for our local schools as well. Now, in last year, in 2022, we were lucky to, well, not lucky, we worked very hard for it, but our state member, Sally Suto, provided us with a $300,000 grant to help upgrade Hammond Park. So with what Aaron and the team have done at the Inner West Council, hopefully these grants will go towards that. They've put a fantastic plan together because it's not just for the Pirates, but what we're asking for is, you know, there's a netball court and a basketball behind, there's a walking track, there's all sorts of things for the community, not just for football, but in general for the Ashfield community. So I'd like to thank everybody that's helped us over the last 12 months and over the last 7 years, and I look forward to working with you guys for another 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next item, the next speaker for this item is Josephine Pinto of Ashfield. Welcome, Josephine. I believe you're also for this motion. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Chair, Councillors and community members. My name is Josephine Pinto and I am 10 years old and a proud member of the Ashfield community and player with the Ashfield Pirates. I've been playing with the Ashfield Pirates for just over 3 years. Tonight, I'll briefly be talking to you about how much I get out of playing soccer and how much better it'll be if Hammond Park is improved. I find that there are many benefits to playing soccer. Some of these include helping me keep active and fit, rather than being on a device, and forming friendships with kids I otherwise wouldn't know. I really enjoy being part of a team that is very supportive and friendly, and we have built a bond around our common goal of playing the best we can for the Ashfield Pirates. I especially like it when we sing our famous Pirates song at the end of every match we play. We all try to be the loudest on the day. I currently play in a mixed team with boys and girls, and I am pleased to see more and more girls that are starting to play. We train as a team for 1 hour every Tuesday night at Hammond Park. In fact, my team is training right now. Every second week, when we play away games, we visit other grounds. I can't help but notice that some of the other grounds we visit are more modern and have better facilities than Hammond Park. One recent upgrade to Hammond Park, which we all notice and are happy about, is a new fence around the whole perimeter, which makes me feel safer at night when we train and stops any runaway balls from going onto the street. Changes like this go a long way towards helping players feel more confident and motivated to try our best. I do feel that fixing other parts of the park will also improve our game and experience. We had lots of training sessions cancelled last year due to the flooding at Hammond Park because of its bad drainage. This means we go to our Saturday matches without having trained beforehand, which is bad for our team morale. I also avoid using the bathrooms at Hammond Park as they are very run down. Finally, I always secretly look forward to playing away matches, as other parks have canteen facilities, which means I can get my hard-earned sausage sizzle after the game. This is unfortunately not currently possible at Hammond Park. I know that a more modern and improved training ground will help players feel proud of Hammond Park and Ashfield Pirates, and may also attract new players, which is great for the club and the children playing. Thank you for your time and everything you do for our community.
Thank you. Well done, Ms. Pinto. That was an excellent speech. Fantastic, and perfect timing too. The next speaker that we have is Annette Alexander of Ashfield, and I believe you are against this motion. The floor is yours, Ms. Alexander. You have 3 minutes.
Hi.
Sorry, I was looking for someone online. Please, welcome.
That's right. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors and members of the community. I live within the block that Hammond Park is situated, and the park is the backyard for all the neighbourhood kids, because as you know, in Inner West there are a lot of houses with many tiny backyards. So I'm here tonight to object the proposal of some of the things within the plan of management for Hammond Park. One thing that seems to be omitted is the cricket associations didn't seem to have any input into the consultation, and with the number of hours listed within the plan of management, the Cricket Association was not included, nor were the school groups who use the park between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. included. When you add those usages to the overall hours, it would well and truly exceed the total that is printed in the plan of management. At present, the field can't even cope with the current level of play on it. So if we were to increase the training nights and the number of hours of training, plus adding fixtures on a Sunday, the field would be destroyed as is its current state. It's already a bog, and we haven't even had a lot of rain this year. And with the increase of training and fixtures, the neighbourhood would not cope with the parking or the noise or the traffic congestion that this would bring with it. I also object to one entity, naming the Pirate Soccer Club, having the bulk usage of the park. It leaves no time for the community who live around the park to access the park in daylight hours outside of school time. I also object to a amenities block including a canteen. Sure, I'm all for the toilets being upgraded, but there already is storage and change rooms there. The storage room is behind the shed in double doors, and unfortunately the change rooms seem to be used as storage. But the kiosk is not necessary. It's a very bad business model, especially when the Pirates already have a food van that they bring onto the game, onto the ground. They have that asset, so why build them something? It's a very bad business model that would be used for perhaps 8 hours a week at a huge expense to the ratepayers.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on this item is Rob Honeybrook. Mr. Honeybrook. Thank you. And Mr. Honeybrook, I don't have your details registered here. Would you please tell us which suburb you're from and whether you are for or against this motion? Thank you.
I'm against the soccer. The bloody park is no good. It's a massive big bog hole and nothing happens to it. I've lived in Lucy Street for 40 odd years. My family has lived there for over 100 years in the same house, and nothing much has changed in that ground since 100 years ago. The experience of the park and football have been a disaster over the years. Soccer clubs have abused what they've had, and we're a whole variety of different soccer clubs. The list is pretty much endless. Every time a soccer club has been allowed to take over the control of Hammond Park, things have gone belly up. It's excessive noise is a big problem. The traffic noise on bloody Frederick Street. I'm sorry about that. I've got a memory problem, but I'm doing my best. The noise of the soccer, the noise of the trucks and the cars going up there. I'd asked that the council fit the park with a noise meter and monitor it, and hopefully that they can get rid of the noise, because it just comes right across the park. The traffic on Hammond on Frederick Street, the noise is is almost 24/7 now. The last 2 years with that stinking rotten hole to dig that bloody tunnel thing is like they were going from daylight till bloody dark. No one seems to bother them, but it certainly bothers me. I'm not in favour of any more noise in this in this area, and we already live in a house that we have to keep our doors open, our doors closed to keep the noise out. We have many locals who don't congregate in our park due to the aggressive sports. Surely the park can be left to those who want relaxation as a hobby. No kiosk is required in the park. There's a coffee shop 1 block up. There's McDonald's, a whole batch of them on Parramatta Road. You can walk down there and get yourself a hamburger if you're into it. But I'm opposed to the park. The parking is worse than ever.
Thank you, Mr. Honeybrook. Your time's
That's
expired.
about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The final speaker on this item is Claudia Martinaris of Ashfield, who also opposes this motion. Ms. Martinaris, would you make your way to the front? Thank you.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at the last minute. Okay, so I'm against the motion, and don't mind me if I read my notes. Okay, so Hammond Park has successfully served as a peaceful multi-purpose public park for 20,000 local surrounding residences. However, the POM proposed is simply not fair for the surrounding community. I would like to address the following points. Firstly, the Annandale Pirates, otherwise known as Ashfield Pirates, want to increase the days from 3 to 6 days per week and from 4:30 to 9 p.m. finish, therefore increasing the noise pollution and disrupting the quiet neighbourhood. This occupancy of the park is outrageous, as it will also reduce recreational usage time for most local families and children. In fact, it will be off limits to the community during prime hours. Secondly, Hammond Park, being a passive park, cannot handle the introduction of 200 children plus spectators and adult soccer. This will inevitably cause even more disastrous parking and traffic situations in surrounding streets, as the current parking facilities are inadequate. There is already a conflict with nearby residents over parking, and over the years, police have been called on numerous occasions to deal with soccer parents with regards to noise and parking. Thirdly, adult soccer. The park is totally unsuitable for both organised and unauthorised adult games. There is a great likelihood and real concern for children effectively walking along the sideline to get to the play area. There is no runoff area. The park has facilities for the children's play area, as they are the frequent users of the park. An adult player in full momentum and running at full pace will cause serious injury. On many occasions, I have witnessed near misses where the balls could have injured a child and adults walking in the park. This is significantly a public safety issue. The park is not designed for mixed adult soccer involving the safety of young children. And fourth, and my last point, is regarding the kiosk. The Pirates have again put in a proposal to implement a kiosk to benefit their club at the expense of the ratepayer. 10 years ago, the community strongly voted against the kiosk in Hammond Park. At the time, it was also to accommodate another sporting club and put in for a grant for a kiosk. Due to the outcry of the community, that money was reassigned to refurbish the now existing disabled toilet block and the boys and girls change room. There is nothing wrong with the amenity to this day. The community does not want a kiosk in Hammond Park and cannot justify the amount that the ratepayers will have to pay for the one exclusive club to use. The Pirates have a mobile van that can be used and removed after play. The current proposal for the kiosk is 3 metres from residential properties. The smells and noise from the kiosk will cause health issues to the residents and will entice group gatherings of people in and around the play area and properties, thus causing severe adverse impacts on residents due to partying and monopoly of the play area. Therefore, just to conclude, we vote no to the changes to status quo, no kiosk. Firstly, Hammond Park is a passive park, not for the exclusive use of one club.
Ms. Martinaris, you need to conclude. Thank you. Your time's expired.
Conclude?
Yes, you do need to
Okay.
conclude.
So
Thank
secondly,
you.
no changes to the park. Thirdly, no changes to the status quo. And fourthly, no kiosk in Hammond Park. Thank you very much for giving me the extra time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item for which we have registered speakers is item 6, the draft plan of management for Blackmore Park. Luke Wright of Leichhardt. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I believe you are for this proposal. The floor is yours.
Yep, thank you for the time. My name is Luke Wright. I am president of Leichhardt Wanderers Junior Rugby League Football Club. I've come here tonight to talk in favour of the proposed new plan of management of Blackmore Oval. The Leichhardt Wanderers have called Blackmore Oval home since the 1970s, and we've expanded our club across 3 sporting codes and have a combined membership of over 2,500 volunteers of the inner west community. Our role in the community is to provide a safe, supportive, fun place to learn sport. The proposed new plan will only help us in furthering development of our club, but also benefit the greater community we share the space with. I'm particularly proud of the communication and cooperation from the council on this matter. It's something that, as a club and as a volunteer, we're quite proud of, and we thank you all yous here today and your help in getting this proposal forward. There are a couple of particular items I want to mention about the proposal. The upgrade of the change rooms will be a huge improvement, as we have over 15 women's rugby league teams and cricket sides, which is a great improvement for our club. And also the on-leash proposal will be a huge help to stop confusion dealing with the current dog walkers while we're training is on in sporting fields. So I'd just like to thank you all again, and I think I've got plenty of time left, so all right. Thank you again. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. The next item for which we have a registered speaker is item 7, fishing along Foreshore reserves. Annette Hartman of Balmain East. And I believe Ms. Hartman is joining us online.
Yes, I am indeed.
Okay, thank you. You may go ahead.
Without any notice to inform the Balmain community, this issue has been put on the agenda at tonight's meeting. Several resolutions were passed at the previous meetings, but each time Council has ignored its own resolutions. In April 2021, Council's minutes from the meeting state convened monthly meetings for 3 to 6 months with residents. No meetings were ever held. In November 2021, Council's minutes from the meeting state an on-site meeting to be convened with the local residents and the general manager and ward councillors. This meeting too was never held. To note is that if tonight's resolution is passed, it would ignore Council's repeated broken promises. What significant work has Council enacted? There doesn't seem to be any. The tackle bins have come and gone twice now and were never emptied. A proper trial would mean that the bins be regularly serviced. What analysis was done? Could waste bins in the lower park area have made a difference? There are no educational signs, only the old sign saying that Inner West Council welcomes fishers. If there is a changed maintenance program, no one has informed the community. Repeatedly we have requested this information and it was not given. The cleaning and inspection team, apparently 6 times a week, obviously do not do their job. The rubbish is mostly picked up by residents, not by council. This matter is not a dog owner issue. It is a health and safety issue for all park visitors, including children at the playground, at the basketball court, picnic areas and paying guests who attend the park for functions, not to mention wildlife and our precious marine environment. Council is ignoring a significant safety and liability issue here. If Council continues to allow fishing, they are basically saying it is safe to eat fish from west of the bridge. Most fishers believe that it is safe to eat fish from these shores, which clearly exposes council to a liability here. And the New South Wales government advice, which we all know about, no fish or crustacean caught west of Sydney Harbour Bridge should be eaten. If it is true that only 2 complaints in 12 months were raised, it is because the community has realised how pointless it is to make complaints. We are cleaning up and we have taken many photos since. Our community requests the council recognise that recreational fishing in foreshore parks poses an unacceptable high risk to humans, to wildlife, pets, and to the environment.
Ms. Hartman,
We request
your time has expired. Could you please conclude?
Can I please? Yes. We request for council to follow through with community consultations as per the previous resolution, so to identify the real issue and find realistic solutions in order to protect our community in a responsible fashion. We also request to be informed when future meetings are held.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hartman. The next item for which we have registered speakers is item 8, the electric vehicle encouragement strategy. Tim Hand of Balmain, who is for the motion. Welcome, Mr. Hand.
Thank you, councillors, for allowing to speak to this item 8 on the agenda. As a wannabe EV owner, there are a number of impediments to ownership we all appreciate, not the least of which is range anxiety, lack of supply of vehicles, and lack of variety of those vehicles. But my greatest hesitation in trying to own an EV in this LGA is the lack of charging facilities. Like many of our inner west residents, I have no off-street parking and therefore would only rely on public charging facilities. According to PlugShare, there are some 15 chargers in this area, and most of these are slow chargers, however, and well away from the suburb I live in of Balmain. While the latest release of the EV encouragement strategy does address a number of actions to facilitate charging, there is no target in terms of quantity or timeframes for this to occur, only vague statements of implementation. Those designated as actions within the strategy, however, Action 2, the DCP for residential and non-residential dwellings, also needs to be strengthened. Requirements for access to charging need to be mandated and not optioned. Actions 5 and 8 suggest guidelines and improved pathways for residential charging. As most EV owners rely on home charging because of its cost effectiveness, we urgently need innovative solutions and guidelines for curbside charging. While the EV encouragement strategy's recognition of the growing number of EVs in the inner west, a 300% increase I noticed over the last year, it still falls short of providing a plan which, as a resident, would convince me to purchase an EV within the next couple of years. The uptake of EVs, now at 8% nationally, is going to surge, especially when the federal government introduces its FBT tax changes tonight and the emissions standards policy. Inner West Council must avail themselves of the many federal, state and commercial grants and partnerships. I know of at least one private charging provider who offered free installation of a pole charger recently, but was not given the necessary support from this council. Recent missed opportunities for charging stations also present themselves at the new Bunnings store in King George Oval Park. Council depots such as that behind Balmain Town Hall could be considered also for public charging. This council has a great track record in sustainability, so let's try and make everyone's weekend by immediate implementation of a lot of the actions within what I think overall is a very good document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. The next speaker for this item is Stan Baker of Balmain, who is also for the motion. Mr. Baker, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. I'd like to preface my remarks by saying I'm one of at least 600 electric vehicle owners in the Inner West area. Item 8, which is electric vehicle encouragement strategy on tonight's agenda, covers something that is of utmost importance to our community. The world is rapidly transitioning towards electric cars, and it's essential for us to keep up with this change. Unfortunately, in our Inner West Council area, the infrastructure of EV charging is a long way behind other LGAs. This is a matter of great concern, and I urge Council, through you, Madam Chair, to take action on this. The benefits of EVs are numerous. They are environmentally friendly, emit far fewer pollutants than the traditional vehicles, and that is critical for our city's air quality and for the many traffic tunnels that exist now in Sydney. Additionally, EVs are cost efficient and offer a cheaper alternative to petrol-powered vehicles. As more people are transitioning to EVs, the demand for charging options, including footpath power access, is growing. The benefits of providing more EV charging options are numerous. By doing so, we can encourage more people to make the switch to electric cars, which will help reduce carbon emissions as strongly recommended by the IPCC. Additionally, it will reduce the reliance on fossil fuel and help create a more sustainable future. Providing more EV charging options will also encourage more tourism, as people who travel in their EVs need to know where they can charge their vehicles when they arrive. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I urge the Council to take urgent action on this matter and provide more EV charging options in our Inner West Council area. Doing so will prove a positive impact on our environment, economy and community. By taking this step, we can help build a more sustainable future for ourselves and future generations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. The next item for which we have a registered speaker is item 11, Macarthur Parade, Dulwich Hill, Interim Heritage Order and Proposed Heritage Listing. Mark Skelsey of Dulwich Hill, who is for the motion. Welcome, Mr. Skelsey.
My name is Mark Skelsey, speaking as a resident of Dulwich Hill. I live around 100 metres from the sites which are the subject of this report. I'm speaking in support of the officer's recommendation. I regularly walk past these homes and the Baptist Church, which is part of this proposal, and think these sites are a unique and special part of our suburb. They are part of what's great about living in historic Dulwich Hill. As the council report says, these homes are worthy of heritage protection for a range of reasons, including their social connections to very significant Dulwich Hill historical figures and their remarkably intact, high quality and consistent Californian bungalow architectural style, which is a rarity in our suburb. I recognise that there may be some concern about advancing this heritage proposal at a time when there's such a focus on housing availability. However, in response to these concerns, I'd make the following points. Firstly, as outlined in the council report, a number of Dulwich Hill residents first proposed these homes for protection in 2018. The council staff and consultants then suggested the homes should be protected in a 2022 review. In other words, these homes have been proposed for protection for some time. This is not something that's just been dreamt up in the last few months to somehow not allow housing in this suburb. Secondly, there is the opportunity to support low-scale infill housing development at the rear of these sites. Such an outcome would deliver both a housing and heritage dividend by retaining the current homes at the front and the new housing at the rear. Such a move would need, of course, to be subject to consultation with adjoining property owners and the community, of which I must admit I am not, but I think it is possible. Thirdly, these sites are in a low density zone, so currently have limited development potential at any rate. What this is really about is trying to stop the demolition of these homes by a private certifier and their replacement by generic project homes also approved by a certifier which doesn't even attempt to integrate with the local streetscape. I think we can do better than this. Finally, I think it's completely reasonable and in fact good planning practice to examine preserving heritage and character ahead of considering growth. Even the Committee for Sydney, which has developers as members, last year published a report which said the area around Dulwich Hill Station was not a priority for growth because of its heritage and existing strata subdivisions. This is a big statement from an organisation which recently said NIMBYs need to get out of the way of development. In other words, let's look at protecting the best bits of our suburbs such as this, while conversations take place with the community about potential planning changes. Finally, I'd like to thank the staff for preparing this report and commissioning the relevant professional advice out of their busy schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Skelsey. The next item for which we have a registered speaker is item 29, Notice of Motion Community Batteries. Dr. Margaret Vickers of Balmain, who is joining us online. Welcome, Dr. Vickers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to speak tonight. I understand that the motion is one which it will ask the members of the council, rather the council, to endorse action from council employees to work with Ausgrid in seeking to install at least one community battery in the inner west. Now, we don't know where that will be installed because the decision will be made subject to a number of technical constraints. The purpose of installing the battery is to increase the efficiency of uptake of renewable energy. We have parts of the inner west where the percentage of rooftops that are holding solar PV panels is such that from time to time the voltage, overall voltage within the sub-network in which those houses are placed will exceed what's acceptable in engineering terms, and therefore the electrical energy within that system will be curtailed or simply be discarded. Now, we are in an invidious situation because in the last 10 years, 9 coal-fired power plants have closed, and there are only 5 left, and they're closing quite rapidly. And AEMO is concerned that there will be blackouts next winter because the number of coal-fired power plants that have closed or will close by next winter will be such that there won't be sufficient energy in our system to keep the lights on. So the goal of actually using all the renewable energy sitting on our rooftops is an important goal, and the role of community batteries in achieving that efficiency is critical. Why should council be supporting Ausgrid in making this application? At least 2 things. One is incredibly important that we, the Inner West, participate in what is in effect a federally funded pilot. I'm looking at relatively small, I say 500 kilowatt hour batteries that can be located within our suburbs. I'll give you sorry, I haven't been able to send this to you in advance. I'll just see if this image works for you. That is a beautifully painted example of the kind of battery we're talking about. It looks like 4 refrigerators stacked together. They're not noisy, they're not large, but we need to engage in a great deal of community education in order to assure people that this won't be a problem for them, because people will be quite nervous about what it will mean to have these things in their neighbourhood. So the 2 reasons why I'm suggesting that council should endorse active participation in an application for one of these batteries, at least one, is first because it's important for the reasons I gave, and second because we don't know what exactly where it will be located, but as soon as we are able to work together with Ausgrid to ascertain what neighbourhood or what section that will be in, then we need to really make sure we engage in educational activities to help people in that area deal with it. I'm not sure how many minutes or seconds I've got left, but it was interesting to listen to Stan Baker.
Dr. Vickers, your time has expired.
Sorry, my time has
Your time has expired. If you could conclude your remarks, thank you.
I'm concluding my remarks.
Yes.
Conclude by saying that we will not have enough power in the system to power electric vehicles if we don't engage in these kind of
Thank you.
battery storage systems.
Thank you, Dr. Vickers. The next item for which we have a registered speaker is item 32, Notice of Motion, Local Environmental Plan, Justin Simon of Summerhill, who is for the motion. Mr. Simon, welcome.
Thank you. House prices are skyrocketing again. People are queuing dozens of groups deep at inspections for places renting at 30% above what they were 12 months ago, and our vacancy rates are at record lows. These phenomena come from a single root cause. More people want to live in the inner west and the inner city in general than can fit in our existing housing stock. I don't think that's particularly controversial to say, and this shouldn't be either. They deserve to live here. My friends who've had to move to the regions and interstate to afford housing deserve to live here. People who are sleeping in tents out in the cold deserve to live here. People who are having to commute 90 minutes each way from the fringe to jobs in the city who never see their kids during the week deserve to live here. And they're right to want to live here because it's the best part of Sydney. We have so many great walkable neighbourhoods, the best public transport connections, we have great schools, cafes and restaurants. But that's all at risk because there's nowhere for the people who make those things happen to live. We need an LEP review because the current one is no longer fit for purpose. The 3 priority zones identified are natural places to put more housing, where people can live sustainably, being located next to the 3 most frequent train stations in the LGA once the Bankstown Metro is complete. In the case of North Ashfield, an area I walk through weekly, it could do with some mixed use and a bit more imagination. Sydney Yimby, the group I represent, will advocate not only for these 3 areas, but also to identify other parts of suburbs which are currently built out with no zoned capacity, where we can introduce more medium density housing like townhouses and fourplexes. It's our view that such zoning should be the default across the inner west, and that not doing so risks pricing out both migrants and families with young children out of those areas entirely. Indeed, in many of these suburbs they already are. We also want to prevent council from taking the politically easy route of plonking all the units on busy roads because we believe that children who live in apartments deserve to live lives free of traffic noise and particulate pollution as well. I'm raising 2 kids in probably the densest high-rise precinct in the LGA on the Lewisham-Summerhill border, and we couldn't be happier. Most of our daily needs are within walking distance, with the remainder like work, ballet and swimming being a short trip on public transport away. More people should have the opportunity to live in places with such amenity. I urge you to support this motion and we look forward to the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. The next and last item for which we have registered speakers is item 42, the Mayoral Minute on Customer Service in Development Assessments, which will be tabled in the agenda. It's not present on the agenda. Ray Stevens of Balmain, who is for the motion. Ray Stevens, you are online. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stevens.
For the opportunity to address Council tonight on the Mayoral Minute, Customer Service and Development Application. My name is Ray Stevens. I've been a practising architect since 1985 in the Leichhardt area and also in the Inner West Council area. I've lodged over 200 development applications with Council over these years. I've been dealing with council assessment planners for longer than the current managers have been employed by council. So I had considerable historic experience with planning assessment under various planning managers and even under different councils. I look back at assessment processes from 10 years ago and they were much more collaborative, seeking good outcomes, and approval times were so much shorter. So what has happened? Architects and planners and other stakeholders met under a workshop conducted by the council a bit over a week ago. And full credit needs to be given to the councillors and staff that arranged that to hear the assessment problems that we all experience. The general mood of the workshop is that the DA assessment process has systemic problems that need to be addressed. The DA assessment process is bogged down with little internal appetite to change it and improve it. These systemic issues go well beyond the planning shortage and post-COVID disruptions that are often quoted. Some of the problems I've experienced are also shared by many at the workshop, include access to heritage assessment officers, which are sometimes denied. I've recently been denied access to speak to a heritage planner. This is totally unacceptable to me and to my clients. Unreasonable timeframes for providing additional information. 3 weeks is often way too short, particularly in complex areas. In regard to time also, councillors should be asking not the average approval time. The average approval time includes very simple applications. Ask staff to provide what the turnaround time for a typical $450,000 addition for a mum and dad in a conservation area. It is not 92 days. So quoting outrageous approval times just sets council up for complete failure in my eyes and council and my clients. There are many simple things that could be implemented, and a lot of these were put forward at the workshop. Many of these were really simple issues that would just improve the customer experience. Land and environment cases are on the increase due to some of these systemic problems, and they're not being addressed. Recourse to the Land and Environment Court is extreme in terms of costs and delays, both to council and to applicants. A large part of any review should look at averting particular problems, particularly when council loses in most cases. So in summary, I ask councillors to endorse the mayoral minute. Customer service in development assessment. Improvements need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. And our final speaker from the floor this evening, Matt Wilk of Rozelle, who is for the motion. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to push in before, but thanks for having me, and thanks to Mayor Byrne for inviting me. I live in Rozelle. I have a business, an architectural business in Balmain. Most of our work's in Balmain, some of it is in Sydney City, and so we get to sort of compare how the two processes work, and it's not very favourable to Inner West. I guess one thing I'll share with you is whenever we start a project, we really focus, we hone in on the objectives of that project, and when we list them out, we put them on the front cover. We hang them on the wall, so we know the client's budget and what the objectives of that project are. So when I looked up the Inner West Development Advisory and Assessment Policy, and I looked at their objectives, I think I see part of the problem, and I'll just read out Objective B, which says literally, achieve and enhance the effectiveness and efficiency in the assessment and decision-making processes to increase the focus of applicants on the provision of quality, complete and meritorious application, as well as reduced assessment times. And look, I think it sounds like groupthink and something that was constructed. I feel like in your objectives, missing are things about community, things about delivering value to community, value to ratepayers. One of my biggest concerns is that you don't get good value doing minor renovations, doing anything. You just don't get good value in the Inner West. And I've seen people go through a torturous process, come out the other side, only to go, look, we just can't. We can't do this, and we're going to move out of the area. A lot of families this has happened to, particularly with price escalation recently. So I think your objectives need to be refocused on and need to be communicated to the planning staff. I think you need to, I think Inner West should focus on value creation. I guess as an example, we do get random RFIs, and we never quite know what the next RFI is going to be. Sometimes it's things as inane as shadow diagrams from a fence 2 doors down, and it costs our clients thousands of dollars to get those things fixed. They don't create any value for anyone. They just put impediments. So I would think that focusing on community, on value creation, and focusing on engagement. And I commend, just to finish, in terms of engagement, I think the roundtable organised the other day was a great step forward, and I really look forward to getting Inner West out of the bottom of the league when it comes to planning and reputation around planning, and I want to be a positive part of that process. So,
Thank you,
thank you.
Mr. Wilk. Thank you. Councillors, that concludes this evening's public forum. Thank you so much to all the members of the public who have joined us here this evening in person or online. Councillors, there are no condolence motions in the business papers. Are there any condolence motions from the floor? If not, we'll move on to mayoral minutes, of which there are...
Sorry, Chair.
Yes,
could I
Councillor Drury.
I will just note a passing of a former mayor of the Ashfield Municipal Council, John Ward, and flag that a formal condolence motion will be forthcoming at the next meeting.
So noted. Thank you, Councillor Drury. We'll move on then to item 9, which is mayoral minutes, of which there are 2. And I believe the first one of these mayoral minutes is displayed on the screen, which is customer service in development assessment applications. And I thank the 2 speakers this evening for their time in the industry professionals workshop that was held a week ago last Thursday, and for the feedback that they provided then and now. The motion before us asks that Council table a report at the June meeting with a summary of the feedback received during that professional workshop, and that report include a catalogue of short, medium and long-term service improvements that can be implemented to address the concerns and recommendations of the sector, and KPIs and measurable data that can be used to identify how our organisation is performing in customer service efficiency within the DA system. Further, that Council receive a bi-monthly report tabled at Council monitoring improvement in customer service within the DA system based on those KPIs and data, and that Council hold a further workshop with those planning industry professionals specifically to discuss the heritage assessment process and how it can be improved. And finally, that we undertake an expression of interest process to identify architects and town planners with deep experience in the Inner West who can contribute their expertise to the development of our new LEP and DCPs. Councillors, I would like to, on behalf of the Council, offer our thanks to the staff for organising that planning professionals workshop. They were open to feedback, they were professional in their responses to the industry, and I must say that the feedback in some instances was robust, but at every instance they were extremely responsive to what they were hearing. And I believe that this does put us on good footing to go forward. The Director of Planning, Simone Plummer, in particular, should be singled out for the way that she conducted that planning industry professional workshop, and the senior managers who attended with her for the attentiveness that they had to the feedback that was provided. That said, there are some clear areas for improvement. There are some evident issues arising in terms of timeliness, face-to-face availability of planners, cost and consistency of advice. And I know that our staff have heard that feedback and are ready to provide us with advice as to how it can be improved. I believe that the KPIs and data that we seek from staff will help us to inform that, and mine and the Mayor's conversations and Councillor D'Arienzo's conversations and others who I know have been interested in this area with the Director of Planning have certainly proven very fruitful, and I know that we have good footing to go forward. With that, as there's no need for a seconder for this motion, is there anyone else who would like to speak to this motion? Councillor Stamos?
Yeah, just a question through to the Director of Planning, if I could. In the first instance, Part 4, I believe that we're now at a very late stage in development of the LEP and DCP, and yet we're inviting the planners and architects to contribute to that. Is there still time for them to do that?
Director Planning?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Stamoulis. You will recall that the LEP was paused by unanimous council resolution mid last year, and so that's where the work is at the moment. So there is a restart in the engagement space that will be required in order to recommence that work. So that yes, there is definitely opportunity for development, assessment, stakeholders and professionals to participate.
Fantastic, thank you. If I could speak?
Yes, Councillor Stamoulis.
Look, being around the council scene since 1998, I would say this comes back at least once a year or once every 2 years. So I've seen at least 10, 15 times this motion in a variety of different forms. And it'd be wonderful if some work does go into the development of performance indicators, improvements to servicing, because I think that the professionals and the residents would like to see that. I also noticed that we've always relied on only one indicator, and that's the median processing times. That's about as blunt as flat as you get. So it's nice to think that somebody will be developing more detailed indicators, because there are a variety of factors that go into servicing, not one. But I will point out that in our quarterly review for this month, item 1 on the agenda, we say that in the last 3 quarters, the median processing time has gone from 115 days to 97 days to 92. Now, going back over all of that time that I've been around, that's one of the most sizable improvements that we've had in DA processing times over a 6 to 9 month period, I think, that I've ever seen. So my second question, and to end my discussion, is to say what's driving that massive improvement over the last 6 to 9 months to the relevant director. Thank you.
I'll put that to the Director of Planning.
Through you, if I may, Chair. So what we are doing is making sure that we manage our applications both at the simple end, where we can turn those around quickly, and also at the complex end, so that we can meet in the middle of a reasonable determination median time frame.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Langford.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just have a question again about point 4. I mean, generally I'm very much in support of this, and it's really pleasing to see the reduction in time and turnaround for the DAs, and I've also had feedback from the community about, wanting to see this improve. But I just wonder, is there a budget attached to item 4 in terms of recruiting that expertise? Are we suggesting that these people would be paid to provide input and feedback?
Who is that question to?
I guess it would be to you or the Director of Planning. I'm not sure, because the Mayor's not here who tabled. Maybe the Director of Planning. Thanks.
Director of Planning.
Through you, if I may, Chair. At the Industry Professionals Workshop that was held about a week and a half ago, there was an extraordinary amount of goodwill expressed by those professionals in working with Council, and I feel quite confident that if we meet it with the similar amount of goodwill, that would be a process that we could facilitate with only the budget that would be needed to manage the meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I will put the motion. All those in favour? And any opposed? If not, I'll declare that carried unanimously. Our second and final mayoral minute is on the topic of WestInvest funding for the Inner West. Now, every councillor around this table would note that our council has been improperly prevented over many years by the former Liberal National New South Wales government from applying for the $250 million Stronger Community Fund, a fact that has been confirmed and verified by the New South Wales Auditor-General. Council will also note that having been the most impacted community from WestConnect's construction and compulsory property acquisitions, that our council, the Inner West, was the only council between the CBD and the Blue Mountains to have been excluded from the $5 billion WestInvest fund, which was created through revenue from the private sale of WestConnects. I wish to put that our council right to the new Premier Chris Minns and the new Treasurer Daniel Mookie to notify them of the details of this gross mistreatment of the Inner West community, and to propose that the Inner West Council and community be made eligible to apply on a merit basis for the remaining funds available in the WestInvest fund. Now, I don't think that I need to go further into what an absolute shame this should be for the former Liberal National Government, and how much hope we have as a council for better treatment under the new government. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak to this motion? Is there anyone who would like to speak against the motion? If not, I will put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Any opposed? I declare that carried unanimously.
Chair,
Councillor Howard.
I'd like to move a procedural motion to move a number of items on globo.
Councillor Howard, I assume these have been provided to the minute taker?
They have.
Indeed they have. Now, councillors, as is our practice, I will go through these items proposed for passage in globo, and if there are any items on this list which any councillor wishes to speak to or oppose, please make yourself known so that we can take it off the list. Firstly, item 3, the Marrickville Parklands and Golf Course Priority Plan of Management Works. Item 4, the preparation of a draft plan of management for Hammond Park. You'd like to speak to that item? Okay, so we'll take that one off the list. Item 5, the preparation of a draft plan of management for Elkington Park and Fitzroy Avenue Reserve. Item 6, the preparation of a draft plan of... You would like to speak to? Okay. Item 7, fishing along... Councillor Atkins would like to speak to fishing. Item 8, the electric vehicle encouragement. Councillor Langford would like to speak to electric vehicles. Item 11, Item 12, the Arts and Music Recovery Plan for endorsement. Stays on the list. Item 14, the investment policy. Councillor Stamalos would like to speak to the investment policy. Item 15, land classification at 49E Hercules Street. Item 17, post-exhibition councillor and staff interaction policy. Item 18, minutes of the ARIC meetings in December and November. Item 23, celebrating the Chinese community in Ashfield. Consider them duly celebrated. Item 27, Inner West Council community products. Item 31, notice of motion, community consultation for Dulwich Hill. Fantastic. Is there a seconder for Councillor Howard's motion? Councillor Stevens. And all those in favour of the motion? Any opposed? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Chair.
Yes, Councillor
I
Drury.
rise to move the recommendation on item 1.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Drury's? Councillor Lockie. Councillor Drury, would you like to speak to the item?
Yes, I would. Once again, I'd like to thank the staff. I'd like to thank Chris Silman, Prue Foreman, for the preparation of this report. And it is another great report which reflects very well on our council. We will have a slightly larger deficit than we had hoped, but it is not massively larger. And we will need to roll over 10.7 million in capital projects, and we all wish we didn't have to do that. And come the day when we roll over less, we'll all be happier. But what I'd like to do this time is actually focus on some of the elements in terms of the quarterly report that perhaps we skim over. And they are the very significant achievements of that quarter. We bought the property, a major investment of the council, which will bring in a large amount of money, $3 million, to help us balance the budget and do some great things. We did all the work in relation to opening Pride Square and our involvement in World Pride, pretty significant achievements. We spruced up our main streets. We trained all those people in the voice. We launched 4 perfect matches. We did the Portuguese festival. We had the film festival. There were many other.
Councillor Smith moves an extension of time, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour, opposed, declare that carried as you were.
Thank you. There are many other great achievements of that quarter. We had 320 creative participants working within the events program. Work was done to set up the new Summerhill Enviro Hub. I can't wait to get that going. That's just going to be absolutely fabulous. People, and someone else's name eludes me in there. It's just going to be great to see that old, whack in a electric power thing for your car while you're there. It'll be even better. There's other things that have been brilliant. We've had those customer service stalls, staff getting out and about, speaking to residents, and I've been to a number of those and they've just been marvellous. The other really interesting thing is that we're involved in the count.
Councillor Drury, do you need another extension?
No, I'll just wrap up here.
Okay.
Another great thing that we do, and we might know, is that each year we're part of the count of how many people are sleeping rough, and we've done that since 2016. Interestingly, the last count of people sleeping rough was the lowest it has been since 2016. I'm not sure why, but it's interesting to keep data on those sorts of things. I congratulate the staff on a brilliant report, which I think reflects very well on us and our community.
Hear, hear. Councillor Lockie, would you like to speak to this item?
Just to reiterate, thanks to the staff for the preparation of this, and to reassure Councillor Drury, I don't just skim over those quarterly reports. In fact, I was going to thank the General Manager and staff for bringing those in, because we didn't have those for a long time, and it's a really useful summary of how we're tracking against our objectives and how we have progressed. I won't add anything further to what Councillor Drury said on that. I think he described that quite well, but thank you.
Councillor Langford.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a couple of questions regarding the report. I also wanted to say thank you to the staff for preparing it, but it's stated that the budget for the PAMP, the Pedestrian Access Mobility Plan, has been realigned to the next financial year. And my question is, how will this realignment impact on the rollout of works to make our streets more accessible for walkers and cyclists?
Who are you asking that question to?
Through to the council officer, thank you.
You're asking the Director of Infrastructure?
Yes.
Through you, Chair. So the realignment of the PAMP program is a good news item. We've actually undertaken the $2 million within this financial year's work already, and $1 million of that is accounted to some other projects.
which means that there's a $1 million saving effectively within this program. So what we're doing is we're reinvesting that $1 million over the next couple of years to make sure we even do more PAMP projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. A further question?
Yes, thank you. Just to the relevant officer through you. Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering about what are the latent conditions and costs associated with project management that caused an increase in the budget of Henson Park by $169,000? Thank you.
To the Director Infrastructure or Director Planning?
The project management fee associated with that was around some capitalisation items within that budget.
Sorry, what? Can you just explain that for the layperson?
We're capitalising, so we're putting money for staff costs to the project.
Thank you.
Councillor, I have Councillor Stamos and then Councillor De Cruz.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed there that the deficit was tracking higher upon each quarterly review. As we receive this report each quarter, the deficit is tracking a bit significantly higher over each report. I just wonder whether there's something systemic's going on, or whether what the reason might be for that. If I can pose that to the Director of Finance, thanks, as my first question.
To the Director Corporate.
Thank you, through Chair. We've actually got Chris Lehman here, the manager, who will respond to that. Thank you.
For you, Chair. Nothing's really leading to it. It's just one-off items that have come through every single quarter that we're adjusting the forecast for it. So we're experiencing it now in this financial year, but in the next financial year, we don't expect any of those lingering effects to occur to affect the surplus next budget.
Thank you. And my second question is, I think anyone reading the report wouldn't quite understand the capital works program. For instance, we started out with the original budget being 176 million. It's now 167, but year to date, there's been half of that expenditure with 1 quarter to go. I thought the purchase of the 2 commercial buildings would have bumped that figure up significantly. I could be wrong there though, but I'll let you answer the question as to why we are under half the capital works program expenditure. Thanks.
To the Director Corporate, who might delegate to the Manager.
Thank you, through you, Chair. In terms of the properties, both properties have not gone through as yet, so that will be a significant uplift in this quarter, just to clarify. But also, more generally, where projects have been assessed as carrying through, then the rephasing is continuing. So it relates to the completion of the construction projects, as opposed to any kind of change in what's being delivered, just that they're being rephased. So at the point in time of third quarter, there's been a robust review of where the projects are at and what each of the project managers and the team believe they'll be able to complete by end financial year, and that's what those revised figures reflect in terms of the invoices that will be in for them.
Thank you. Now I have Councillor De Cruz.
Thanks, Chair. I think that answer to the PAMP was excellent. That's exciting. But I just wondered with the other projects, capital projects which have run over, what has caused that, particularly the Newtown Town Hall, the Pioneers Park, and Leichhardt Town Hall works. You can comment on that. Thank you, through the Chair.
To the Director Corporate, thank you. I'm sorry, Director Infrastructure.
Through you, Chair, there's a variety of reasons that there's inflation to those projects. Inflation in the market, we're getting higher prices that come in. The original budget amounts were assessed on a lower fee that we received, which is typical at the moment across many councils across Sydney. In terms of the specifics around Pioneer Park, there was a reconsideration of the procurement methodology for that one following council resolution, if memory serves me right, February around that. So we entered into discussions, negotiations with a contractor, and those procurement discussions are still being undertaken. So hence the money is not going to be spent this year, so we've moved it across into next year when we will be using the money. Sorry, what was your other question there?
on the other two projects, which is the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre and the Town Hall, Leichhardt Town Hall.
Again, the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre and the Leichhardt Town Hall, both works will be undertaken. It's rephasing the money to when the money will be spent, so that will be in next financial year.
I guess I was actually looking for an explanation of why they've taken a bit longer from, a capital, a project rather than a financial way.
Okay, in terms of the Newtown Town Hall, there was some design considerations that was further investigated. Now we've finalised that, so construction should commence in June, July for that one. And then in terms of the Leichhardt Town Hall, there was some procurement-related, engagement-related issues that took a little bit more time to resolve. That meant the project was delayed.
Thank you. If there are no further speakers or questions on this item, I will put it to a vote. All of those in favour.
Not before I just observe.
Councillor Drury, please, the floor is yours.
Councillors, I welcome more debate and discussion on these big documents because they are fundamentally important, and it's great to have had a better discussion and a better debate with people thinking about and wanting to interrogate and better understand this material. I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Please accept my abject apologies for overlooking your right of reply. I will put the item to a vote now, though. All of those in favour and opposed, and I'll declare that carried unanimously. The next item.
Chair, may I
Councillor
move,
Drury.
item 2 in an amended form?
Indeed you may, and I assume that this has been provided to the minute takers earlier.
I'm hoping so.
Yes. Councillor Drury, your amended motion is shown on the big screen. I take it that the amended parts are those underlined additional points.
Yeah. And we might provide some time for people to look at those, or should we read through those?
You could read them, or I could read them on your behalf if you would like me to.
Perhaps if you would read them, just so people can...
Thank you, because I can see them quite easily here. So the amended version asks that the documents be updated to include Council's commitments to building a flagship inclusive playground in every ward, our commitment to hosting trans and gender diverse swim nights, ability swim nights, and the delivery of a refugee swimming program, the Callan Park swim site, and with reference to the feasibility study of an indoor recreation facility, that an assessment of an upgrade of Robin Webster Sports Centre in Tempe is conducted for that purpose, that work is conducted to extend the Great Harbour Walk through the Inner West, taking in the Glebe Island Bridge and Bays precinct, that as part of the Inner West Council Active program, that Council advocates to the Department of Education to roll out Burn to Learn for high school students in the Inner West and make facilities available to them, that we introduce wayfinding around 15 local schools to help support walking to and from school, and that this is added to our wayfinding and signage program, that actions are undertaken to look for a further all-weather sporting surface in the middle of the LGA and work with the state government to deliver the full Roselle Parklands master plan that restores the elements promised to us in 2021, and that we remove reference to the 2030 target date for an all-weather playing surface at Leichhardt Oval number 2. Is there a seconder for Councillor Drury's motion? Councillor Howard. Councillor Drury, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, look, I'd like once again to thank the staff and particularly Aaron Callahan in relation to this action plan, because we had a marvellous needs study, but it's not good enough to know what we need. We've got to have a plan to actually deliver it. And so we took this quite seriously in terms of the plan and looked at everything we thought had been debated and discussed around the place to be included in the sorts of things that we want to achieve in the next decade for sport and recreation in our community. I'd also like to note that we've had considerable improvement in terms of our engagement with the community about sport and recreation, and that's really to be commended. A lot of those people who are passionate about sport and recreation have participated, have had their say, and have been involved, and that has been noted. And I think as you go through and look at some of the plans of management, I think we see more of that flavour coming through. For me, I think the only critical thing is the next step, where we move to embed the action plan in the budgets, in the forward budgets, in the long-term financial plan, and we embed it in each of the foregoing plans for council. That is our next challenge. I urge people to support the amendment as the resolution as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Councillor Howard, would you like to speak to the motion?
I waive my right.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor De Cruz.
Yeah, I've just sent Catherine an amendment. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Drury on the amendments. Oops, they've disappeared. In particular, I recall the walking bus, that sounds great, and some of those other points that have just now disappeared. And I would actually like to note that a lot of those activities are non-sporting activities, and I was a bit concerned that the emphasis was just to consult sporting groups, and we heard earlier today in relation to Hammond Park how there's other uses of
Councillor De
parks
Cruz,
and public
before you
spaces.
start to speak to your motion, can I ask if there's a seconder for Councillor De Cruz's amendment?
Can I just accept it?
Thank
So
you.
we
Okay. All right,
So I don't
Councillor
have to
De
speak.
Cruz. Councillor
Okay, is everyone going to interrupt me? So I'd like to
Councillor
thank
De
you that,
Cruz.
and I suppose I was just moving that amendment that we actually have a forum and discussion with non-sports players. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Cruz. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Drury, a right of reply. Thank you. I'll put the motion to a vote. All of those in favour? Any opposed? I'll declare that carried unanimously. Chair, Councillor D'Arienzo.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation for Hammond Park.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Drury. Oh, my apologies. Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths. Councillor D'Arienzo, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thanks very much. Just to say thank you to the staff and to the speakers for attending tonight. In particular, congratulations to Josephine Pinto on a fantastic contribution to the debate. Well done. The draft plan of management, I think, reflects the community views and ideas that were shared at the 2 engagement sessions held in Hammond Park in August last year. It's clear that there are a diversity of views, so I propose that we progress to the next stage and exhibit the draft plan to seek public feedback.
Thank you, Councillor D'Arienzo. Councillor Griffiths.
I would like to echo thanking everyone who spoke tonight and also acknowledging the diversity of views. When I first heard about these issues at Hammond Park was at a previous council meeting I attended as a resident, and there was also another young woman who spoke at that meeting. And since going to the park and inspecting some of the facilities, I am of the belief that I think the change rooms should be upgraded, and I'm also quite concerned about the level of fencing on what is a very, very busy road. So those to me seem like clear priorities, and I think this plan of management does address those aspirations. And I also think that when green space, public space, is at such a premium, community sport, such as football, is actually a terrific use of that type of public space in general. So, yeah, I'm excited to see this plan of management progress.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor De Cruz.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the people who've come to speak to this motion, rather large number, both for and against. To say that this is a divisive issue on this ground is an understatement. There are quite distinct groups and there's quite distinct interests. And I think that we do need to be conscious of the neighbourhood and the community who live around the park. And but we also need to allow people to play sport as well. I myself have played sport all my life, so I cannot oppose sport. But I think we need to be more conscious of the neighbourhood and in our traffic management and our pedestrian safety and in noise and peace. And in fact, even in other uses, I think one of the key things we found during COVID was when sport wasn't played on sporting grounds all the time, we saw lots of other people use it in other ways. And we also saw people casually kicking footballs around and throwing balls to each other, and kids and little babies running on the oval, which just doesn't happen normally. So I think we do have to be very considerate of non-organised sport. And to that end, I've sent Catherine some amendments, which I hope the councillors would take up. One of the areas that a lot of the residents around the neighbourhood have complained about is the parking.
Councillor De Cruz, before you begin to speak to your amendment, Councillor D'Arienzo, do you accept this amendment?
No.
Okay. Is there a seconder for Councillor De Cruz's amendment? If not, that amendment will lapse. Councillor Atkins, you're supporting this amendment? Okay.
I'm seconding it.
Okay.
I do not need to speak to it.
Okay.
I just believe that we should have a discussion about it.
Okay, noted. Councillor De Cruz, you are free to speak to your amendment.
Thank you. So a number of issues have been raised with me over the time, and I have spoken to also the Ashfield Pirates, and I will apologise for not getting the name correct also of Jean. But I think that we need to look at some issues such as the traffic study and park and pedestrians and cyclist safety around the park, and possibly bicycle parking. That council reduce the additional hours allocated to organised sport on Sundays to a half day, and consult the Ashfield Pirates whether they would prefer to play morning or afternoon access to the ground. That council enable Ashfield Pirates to continue to use their food trailer instead of a permanent kiosk. That council include the use of the ground by schools and cricket players, as was raised by a speaker tonight. The council investigate whether traffic noise on the park and whether anything can be done to reduce that. And that council develop a strategy to manage the impact of sports training in the evenings on the neighbourhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atkins, you've indicated you don't wish to speak to this motion, or you would like to?
If I might change my mind, simply to say that these are all issues that were raised this evening, and that clearly the exhibition and the public feedback should deal with.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths, would you like to speak to this amendment?
I would like to propose that the amendment be dealt in seriatim.
Okay, I'm going to put Councillor Griffiths' motion to a procedural motion to a vote that this item be dealt with in seriatim. All of those in favour of the item being dealt with in seriatim?
Actually, I think only the mover of the amendment can actually move that they're done in seriatim. It's not put to a vote.
I'm going to clarify with the Manager of Governance whether that is the case.
No, anyone can move a procedural motion.
All right.
Okay. Does Councillor Griffiths' procedural motion need a seconder? Would you just remind me, please? Yes, okay. Is there a seconder for Councillor Griffith's procedural motion to deal with these in seriatim? Councillor Langford. Okay. We will now deal with the Griffiths-Langford procedural motion to address this item in seriatim. All of those in favour, please raise your hands. In favour, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Griffiths and Stamalos. Councillor Lockie, I can't see your hand. Opposed? I have Councillor Lockie, Drury, Sardulius, Smith, Stevens, Howard, D'Arienzo and myself. That motion has been defeated. We will now move to the De Cruz-Atkins amendment. All of those in favour of the De Cruz-Atkins amendment, please raise your hands. Councillor De Cruz and Councillor Atkins. All of those opposed? Opposed, I have Councillors Langford, Griffiths, Stamalos, Lockie, Drury, Sardulius, Smith, Stevens, Howard, D'Arienzo and myself. That motion has been defeated. We return to debate on the primary motion. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for or against this motion? I will return to Councillor D'Arienzo for a right of reply, which is waived. I will now put the primary motion to a vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Opposed, and I'll declare that carried unanimously. The next item we have is the Plan of Management for Blackmore Park, which I will move. I will move the officer's recommendations. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Howard. If the motion could be displayed, please. Thank you. The Plan of Management for Blackmore Oval is one that I fully commend to this council. We heard this evening from Luke Wright, the president of the Leichhardt Wanderers, a club that has been using this ground since the 1970s, but which itself has been playing rugby league in the Inner West since 1911, only 3 years after the introduction of the Balmain Tigers. We are I am very proud to support this amendment, and particularly the efforts that this club has gone to grow the number of players that they have in the Inner West. They are up to now almost 2,000 players across a number of sports, and they are ever expanding their girls and women's participation. They are fielding 15 women's rugby league teams this year. In order to support that expansion, we as a council need to support them by making sure that their surface is playable, that they have adequate storage and toilet facilities, and that their gym and club rooms are up to scratch. While doing that, we'll also be able to support supplementary community organisations, including the SES, who have a site at Blackmore Oval, which is subsiding considerably, you will be unsurprised to learn, because of WestConnect's construction underneath, and that shelter needs to be rebuilt. And it will also support the redevelopment and relocation of the Leichhardt men's shed. I commend this motion to the council, and I'm very proud that the Leichhardt Wanderers came here to so wholeheartedly support it. Councillor Howard, would you like to speak to this motion?
Waive my right to speak.
Thank you. Would anyone else like Councillor De Cruz?
I'd like to move amendment, which I've sent to Catherine. It is just to clarify that we're actually endorsing this plan of management to submit it to the minister and subsequently put on an exhibition 42 days before reporting the outcome back to council. So that's just adding that on to the end of that.
I would just like to ask the Director of Planning about whether Councillor De Cruz's proposed amendment is accurate and whether this requires another 42-day exhibition.
Through you, if I can, Chair. Thank you very much. It's 28 days under legislation, but the commitment was given to council that we would do this for 42 days in the same manner that we will be exhibiting the other plans of management that we're putting on exhibition at the same time, because we have a longer period of exhibition under our community consultation guide.
Can I clarify then whether the language proposed by Councillor De Cruz should indeed have been included in the officer's recommendations in the first instance?
While we're happy, while we can certainly accept it and support it, it wasn't necessary to make that change.
Councillor De Cruz, having heard that it's not necessary to include this, would you still like to move this amendment?
I'd like to move the amendment because it clarifies that it is going to go on exhibition after it's been to the minister, which was ambiguous.
Okay, well, seeing as it makes no difference, I'm happy to accept it. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Would anyone like to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put this to a vote. All those in favour? Any opposed? Declare that carried.
Chair, may I move the officer's recommendation in relation to item 7?
Indeed you may. Is there a seconder for this item? Councillor Stevens. Councillor Drury, would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, once again, thanks to staff in relation to further feedback on this question. I think we have annual feedback on this question since I've been associated with the Inner West Council. I note the steps that have been taken and some of the challenges in terms of the servicing and management of the park. I think they are well articulated in the report, and the report maintains a fine balance. I'd urge all to support.
Councillor Stevens, do you wish to speak to this item?
I have no right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Atkins.
Yes, I would. Could I just have a moment? Could I? I can ask you. I'll ask through the chair.
Go right ahead.
I did have an amendment, but I believe I may need to foreshadow what I sent to Catherine as amendments.
So you'd like to move a foreshadowed motion?
I would.
Okay. Now, tell me if I get this right or wrong. My understanding is that the foreshadowed motion only needs to be debated once we find out if the primary motion succeeds or fails. Is that right? Okay. In order to understand whether we will get to the foreshadowed motion, I'm going to put the primary motion to a vote. All those in favour of the primary...
Hang on.
Oh.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can I raise a process? Can I not speak to the motion and talk about why I'm foreshadowing?
I just want to apologise. I can see the motion. I'm sorry, I didn't realise you can't. I'll put that question to the Manager of Government.
At the discretion of the chair, if you would like to let them explain the foreshadowed motion before you consider the actual motion.
Okay. Councillor Atkins.
I guess to this extent I'm speaking against the motion and foreshadowing this motion. We heard from the speaker for this motion, and ward councillors, at least 2 of the ward councillors, have certainly heard from residents about the issues with fishing along the foreshore. Those residents are taking it upon themselves to constantly patrol and collect fishing waste along the reserve areas from Balmain East. The problem with the bins for fishing tackle is that there are no larger bins in close proximity, so people use them to dispose of bigger waste. It appears that they are not regularly checked because they are clogged up with bigger waste like coffee cups and dog poo bags. And arguably the signage that is there is not sufficient to educate the people who are fishing in relation to the issues with their waste. So I think really what residents were asking for when they spoke to us was an opportunity to speak to council staff. They feel that that has not been given to them, and therefore the foreshadowed motion would suggest that we convene an on-site meeting with concerned local residents to see if they have ideas that may actually work to resolve this issue.
Thank you. I'm going to put the primary motion to a vote, and if the primary motion is defeated, we will go to the foreshadowed motion.
Yeah, do we have the right to speak against the motion?
Against there are still speakers against the primary motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Chair, I think the motion itself is incorrect, that council maintain current servicing standards and management of the Foreshore Park itself, because it's not doing it. And that's the reason why residents are coming back over and over and over again, as Councillor Drury has pointed out, is that it's not being done. Now, we tried to address this on Leichhardt Council, at least on 2 or 3 occasions. We've addressed it Inner West in the first term of council, I think 1 or 2 occasions, and now here we are in the second term of Inner West Council doing it again, and our residents are saying that the servicing is not being done by council and they are not being consulted about what those service arrangements are. I would hope that that councillors would, rather than fob this off by approving the substantive motion, I hope that councillors would think about servicing standards. We're trying to say we are listening to our public, we want to consult with them, and yet we're not doing that in this instance. Now, it's a complex one. I'm not suggesting there's an easy answer to it, and council knows there's not an easy answer to it, but let's see it at least fulfil those objectives of consultation with our public and showing councillors that we're raising our servicing standards rather than fobbing them off. I would like to second the foreshadowed motion if that option's available to me right at this moment, but I would hope that councillors would at least step into the servicing objective of those people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stamalos. Are there any further speakers for or against the primary motion? Councillor Drew, would you like your right of reply? Okay, I'm going to put the primary motion to a vote. All those in favour? In favour, I have Councillors Drury, Sardulia, Smith, Stevens, Howard, D'Arienzo and myself. All those opposed? I have Councillors Lockie, Stamalos, Griffiths, Langford, Atkins and De Cruz. That motion has been carried. So the foreshadowed motion does not need to be put to a vote. Thank you, Councillor Atkins and Councillor Stamalos.
Chair, can I
Councillor
move the
Smith.
officer's recommendation for item 8, please?
Indeed.
And I would like to speak to it briefly.
Sure. Can I
And begin by thanking staff, in particular Ken and Manood and their teams for their work on this. This is an immense piece of work that I know has taken a very long time to put together, which has been informed by extensive community consultation and expertise, including from the Electric Vehicle Summit that Council held in conjunction with the EV Council of Australia late last year. And this has resulted in, I think, a comprehensive, focused and exciting action plan for electric vehicles in the Inner West. I happily note the enormous community interest in the EV revolution and in particular this action plan here in the Inner West, which is evident in the, I believe, 123 community submissions that were received on this plan, and many that demonstrated an inordinate amount of expert knowledge of the subject matter. So we have a very informed community here. I note with interest the community's clear prioritisation of Council's own fleet transition to EVs, which will be critical in facilitating greater rollout of EVs across our community through the increase of charging infrastructure across the LGA. It's clear that our community is keen to see Council demonstrate leadership on EV uptake, but I will get more into detail on that in the next agenda item. Another critical element of this plan is the rollout of public charging infrastructure, which will be the most public-facing element of this plan and is again critical to increasing uptake in an LGA where the vast majority of residents have no access to off-street parking. The leadership and investment of Council in installing public chargers in our council car parks and depots is key, as is working with Ausgrid and other providers on installation of charging capability to curbside light poles. And longer-term objectives like converting street furniture to have charging capability is also an exciting prospect. Work on the complex project of simplifying Council's approvals processes to facilitate the growth of private charging is also essential, and I know that this is a priority of the communities as well, as more homeowners seek to convert garages and off-street parking to EV capability. Finally, I will note the immediate priority of this plan to ensure EV charging capability is provided in all new developments, including ready-to-use EV charging spaces for all car spaces in new multi-unit residential developments, and to write this into Council's new DCP. It's a big task, and I'm looking forward to working.
An extension of time for...
I was wrapping up on my last.
Seconded by
Thank you,
Councillor
Tim.
Griffiths, an extension of 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. I'll go further then. Note the immediate priority of this plan to ensure EV charging capability is provided in all new developments, including ready-to-use EV charging spaces for all car spaces in new multi-unit residential developments, and that all spaces in these new developments should be future-proofed to permit residents to upgrade their charging capability for faster charging. That's a mouthful, but it's a big task. And to write this into Council's new DCP, which is important as our suburbs grow, increase in density, and increasingly influence our housing types towards multi-unit dwellings. That's the last time I'm going to say multi-unit dwellings. It's a big task, and I'm looking forward to working with staff, providers, governments, and the community on this project to ensure we deliver, and I look forward to being held to account on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Is there a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Langford, are you seconding the motion? Okay,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Langford, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'd actually like to second it, and I also have an amendment and also some questions. So I'm just not sure which order that should go in.
Why don't you ask your questions first, and we'll see
Sure.
if that clarifies something that might relate to the amendment or your speaking.
Thank you. So, through you, Chair, to the relevant officer, I'm wondering when will the DCP be amended to ensure that the new developments have mandatory charging facilities? Because that's obviously key.
I'm going to put this to the Director of Infrastructure, although I was given some advice earlier that the manager who might answer these questions is not here this evening, so there's potentially some questions that might be taken on notice, but I'm going to put that to the Director of Infrastructure.
Through you, Chair, we have the Traffic and Transport team here tonight, which will answer those questions. I'll defer to Ken Welsh.
Thank you, through the Chair. The DCP is a complete review process at the moment that we're feeding into. We have been given a deadline of the end of July to get our feedback. It's a long process for them to go through because there's something like 36 different sections being put in. I don't have a specific timeline on that, but we're, as I understand, a draft before the end of the year.
Thank you.
Councillor
And just
Langford?
one further question. I'm just wondering what number of dwellings or what size of building constitutes a major new development where charging stations would be mandatory?
To the manager?
Through the Chair. That is the discussion we're having internally at the minute. There's been reference to, in the various state documents, major developments, significant developments, and large developments. We're trying to come up with a definition at this stage. So we don't have anything definitive.
Further questions?
Thank you. Well, how do you propose to determine an answer to that question?
Through the Chair, it will be largely driven by our strategic planning team because they're the ones that will write it. So we'll tend to defer to them unless there is some sort of key element that we think the parking and EV charging has to come down below it. But it's very much driven by what the state's prescribing and what our strategic land use planning team comes up with.
Thank you.
Do you still want to move your amendment?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I've provided the amendment to the minute taker earlier, and it's actually, it doesn't relate to those questions directly that I've just asked, but it's indirect. I've basically been approached by a couple of residents who are living in existing unit blocks, and they're very keen to install charging stations, and they're finding that it's quite confusing, and there's a lot of hurdles for them. So basically they're asking whether council can support in any way them to have information as to how they can install those charging stations in existing blocks. And we know that a lot of people do live in existing units around the LGA.
Okay, can I just check, Councillor Smith, will you accept this amendment? Okay, fantastic. So this is now part of the primary motion. Councillor Langford, continue.
Thank you. So, basically it could take the form of an FAQs page on the council website. It could be a workshop. So I did discuss it with the Director of Infrastructure, and it was something that staff could just investigate at this stage. There's nothing binding in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further speakers on this motion? Councillor De Cruz.
I just had a question which sort of relates to the existing multi-unit dwellings, is whether the charging infrastructure on the local streets will cater for people who don't have resident off-street parking or on-street parking. So, for example, people in units which have off-street parking, will they be able to use the local streets parking? The on-street charging.
Thank you. To the Director of Infrastructure.
Through you, Chair, I'll defer to Ken.
Thank you, through the chair. The strategy has a provision that we are looking at providing or partnering with public charging providers. The idea there is that we don't have the expertise, so we partner with them, and that was backed up by a previous resolution of council to create pilot schemes. The idea would be to get enough public charging into public places, not just curbside, but car parks, that around 60% of households that don't have ready off-street access will have access to public charging.
Thank you.
I guess my question was the people in the units who do have off-street parking.
To the manager.
Through the chair. Sorry, councillor, I was directing the question the wrong way as well. We're not going to stop people who want to charge. So whether you've got a parking space or not, you can still use the public charging. It's not something we're going to say, no, you can't, you've got access.
It's just that they might be resident parking areas and they're not eligible to park in that area. So that's just a consideration when you do get those tenders, to make sure you consider that.
Okay, we'll take that as a comment. Are there any further speakers for or against this motion? Councillor Smith, for your right of reply. Okay, I'll put that to a vote. All those in favour? Any opposed? Councillor Stamlos, you didn't vote. In favour of the motion? Okay, I'll declare that carried unanimously.
Chair, can I move item 9?
Yep, you can move item 9.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to this item?
Just briefly, I think we should be really proud to acknowledge that Council has met its 2025 renewable energy target 3 years early. But this means that fleet is now Council's operational, the highest carbon emissions in our operations. Our first carbon inventory of 2016-2017 showed that electricity was the source of over 75% of Council's operational emissions. And as a result, we prioritise reducing emissions from electricity. And, you know, we've updated our street lighting to LED, but most importantly, we signed an electricity supply agreement, which means that we have 100% renewable energy. So now, transitioning our fleet to electric, well, that's a clear priority for me. So I really commend the officers for bringing this recommendation, and I hope we can support it tonight.
Chair, could
Thank
I
you.
please second with an amendment that's been provided to the minute taker?
Okay.
Or actually, do I have to move that separately?
Is everybody seeing a motion on the screen that has 7 points to it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that an amended motion, or is that the officer's recommendation?
That's the officer's recommendation.
Okay. You'd like to move an amendment?
I would.
Okay. Can we please see the Smith amendment? Thank you. Councillor Griffiths, I'm going to return to you to ask if you will accept Councillor Smith's recommendation, Councillor Smith's amendment.
Well, absolutely, we should be maximising charging infrastructure in the Summerhill depot. So
I'm going to take that as a yes.
That's right.
All right. This is now the Griffiths-Smith primary motion. Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'll keep it briefer than I did before. Basically, these amendments are to explore the potential to bring forward that transition deadline from financial year 2030-2031. As I said earlier, I know that there's great community interest in this project. In fact, it was the #1 priority of the community in the public exhibition feedback on the action plan. I think it's important that council is seen to lead by example, and more than that, facilitate greater uptake across the LGA by investing in our own fleet and charging infrastructure in our car parks and depots. I know that the report states that there is a significant cost to consider with this transition process, but I think it's also worth exploring potentially the cost saving to council if we do manage to bring this forward, notably on fuel. So that speaks largely to the amendments to point 1 and 2. In terms of point 3, Balmain and Summerhill depots are two significant depots sitting roughly at opposite ends of the LGA. I know that there's been interest in greater utilisation of these sites for some time now. In particular, there's an opportunity with the upcoming launch of the Sustainability Hub at Summerhill Depot, which will drive more visitation to this site. I think there's an opportunity there to drive further visitation by installing potentially EV charging, and great to see more charging infrastructure in the inner west and ensure that it's spread as equitably as possible across the LGA. So that's point 3. Thank you.
Fantastic. Are there any other speakers for this motion? Are there any speakers against the motion? Councillor Griffiths, your right of reply is waived. I'll put the motion to a vote. All in favour and opposed? Declare that carried unanimously.
Chair,
Councillor Howard.
can I please move the recommendation for item 10 with the amendment that I circulated earlier?
Indeed you may.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the staff for their ongoing work on the Little Villages project. We know just how much this means to our local communities. As we've said in this place before, it's a powerful recognition, an act of recognition for the migrant communities that have shaped the Inner West. It's placemaking at its very best, putting culture and diversity at the heart of how we as a community tell our stories and define our spaces, our public spaces. As a council, we've spent considerable amount of time working on these concepts. They've evolved over time to better recognise First Nations custodianship of land, to incorporate community language and local art, and I think the outcome really speaks to us working collaboratively across the chamber. It's clear from this report that we still have a ways to go in realising the project in full, but I'm confident that this report and the work that our council staff have done sets us on the right course. I really do want to acknowledge staff again. They've worked so hard and have been so willing to incorporate the many, many ideas and direction from our elected council, and we appreciate it deeply. I note that there'll be ongoing consultation, particularly around the giant lettering signs in Little Italy and Vietnam, and I look forward to learning more as this concept evolves. That notion of consultation is really just the rationale for the amendment that I'm bringing today. So we're just asking that the work that is being done to develop the signs does involve comprehensive consultation with the Leichhardt and Macarthur resident and business communities, as well as the Italian and Vietnamese communities through the community ethnic organisations, and that consultation do include options for the locations of the signs. I think that's right because we really want our communities to have that sense of ownership and connection to this project. Again, we're telling the story of our community, so let's listen, let's ask and listen to what our communities have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Lockie, would you like to speak to the motion? Waived. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? Would anyone like to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All of those in favour? Any opposed? Declare that carried unanimously.
Chair.
Councillor Drury.
May I move the officer's recommendation in relation to Macarthur Parade, Dulwich Hill, interim heritage order and proposed heritage listing?
Indeed you may. Would you like to speak to your item?
Yes, I thank officers for this report, which goes to the ongoing consideration of not just 11 Macarthur Parade, but 7, 9 and 13 for heritage status. I think these are properties that, as you look at them, look like should be properly considered, go through the proper processes to be determined as to whether they should be heritage items. Council has noted this a number of times, but we haven't quite got through that process. Circumstances arose that meant that it was judicious to bring that forward, to have the proper consideration of these properties, of their heritage value, and so that is what is being proposed here. We're authorising an extension of time. We're authorising the addition of the other properties and for the general manager to notify and for a draft planning proposal to come back to us. I think that this is just a simple matter of having the question of these properties properly considered for their heritage value.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Is there a seconder for Councillor Drury's motion? Councillor
thank you.
Langford, would you like to speak to the motion?
Having problems with pressing the button this evening. Yeah, I would like to second. I just want to thank Mark Skelsey for speaking tonight to this. I strongly support preserving heritage items such as these, and there's probably nothing further that I need to add that hasn't already been said. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers in favour of the motion? Councillors, I'm going to speak briefly against this motion. I would really like to thank the staff for the effort that they've put into this report, and with respect to my colleagues who have moved its adoption and to the members of the public who have come to speak tonight, I cannot support this recommendation. I know that this recommendation is seeking an interim heritage order. I know it's the recommendation of heritage experts. However, this is the first opportunity that councillors have had to comment on it, and there are both broad and specific reasons why I don't support it. Broadly, we are in the middle of a housing crisis. Our city needs more housing, and we need it to be in areas that are well serviced by transport, jobs, shops, schools and community services which are abundant in the inner west. Much of our LGA is already under heritage protection. I believe it is unfair to the next generation to preserve further tracts of our LGA under heritage orders, which will prevent or make it very difficult for further housing to be built there. To this specific item, it is particularly unjust when the orders have not been requested by property owners, but from third parties who are concerned that someone might do something with the land that they don't approve of. The property that is the subject of the most concern under this order is 11 Macarthur Parade, a California bungalow on an 1,100 square metre block, 600 metres from Dulwich Hill Light Rail Station, which sold 2 weeks ago for $3 million. Property owners who wish to buy and maintain heritage property at their own cost are of course free to do so. But when we insist that the only use for land that is this well located is single family homes, we are ensuring that only those who can afford a $3 million home will ever get to live in Macarthur Street. Orders like these will lock out the next generation, our own children, from living here in the inner west with us unless they inherit wealth. We should be open to the idea of building a different community together. We are a progressive council. Progress means change, and I cannot support orders that seek to lock out the possibility of change when it's so badly needed. Thank you. Drury, for your right of reply.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank you for your comments in relation to this, because this is a real and live debate in our community, in our city, and I think it will be increasingly discussed in Macquarie Street. Yes, we are in a housing crisis, I agree. We need to find places for new accommodation. That is the LEP process that we are going to go through. And I, for one, fully support the targets that we have been given for additional houses within this LEP, within this council area. But I think as we go through this process, what we need to do is look at protecting and preserving the bits of our community that we love, that have value, and finding the opportunities in those other bits of our urban environment that we perhaps don't love so much, that aren't so great, and could do with a zhoosh and some new accommodation on them. So I think that's the way forward. I think, yes, let's not back away from having more houses in the inner west, but let's be smart about where they are, and let's not propose to put them in places where people love.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Are there any further speakers? Oh no, that was Councillor Drury's right of reply. Okay, I'll put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? In favour I have Councillors Langford, De Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Griffiths, Tamalos, Lockie, Drury, Sardulius, Smith, Stevens, Howard and D'Arienzo, and opposed? Only me. That motion has been carried.
Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Lockie.
May I move that we have a short break?
Okay. I was hoping we could get through the items for decision before we did that, but all right, sure. I am going to propose that we have a 10-minute break and resume at 8:55. A seconder, Councillor Lockie, and all those in favour and opposed, and that's carried. Thank you. I'm asking councillors to return to their seats because we are resuming this meeting. All right, I am going to move item 13, the officer's recommendation with an amendment. Where is everyone? Come on, we're running a tight ship here. All right. Okay, I'm going to declare this meeting reopened. The clock I have in front of me is wrong, I'm told. It's 9:02. Okay, I'm going to move this amendment. I'm going to move item 13 with an amendment, seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. It is unfortunate that the Dobroyd Canal and Hawthorne Canal flood risk mitigation plan has not been considered as yet by the Flood Management Advisory Committee. However, it has not been considered by the Management Committee in this term of council. It was considered in 2019. And as such, I recommend that we put this motion to that committee for their due consideration. Councillor D'Arienzo, do you wish to speak to this motion? Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the motion? Councillor De Cruz. Councillor D'Arienzo has seconded the motion.
I'd like to put it to the officers that I have been following up that why this hasn't come to council. It was put through the Flood Management Committee in 2019.
Councillor De Cruz, are you asking a question?
So I would like to ask through you to the officers about your amendment to this motion.
What is your question?
Whether the amendment makes any sense.
Point of order.
To the director, yes.
I'm not sure that's an appropriate question.
Well, the question was, does this amendment make sense? I'm going to answer that question.
Hang on.
Yep, Councillor De Cruz, I will call you to order. Councillor De Cruz, I'm calling you to order. Thank you. You've asked a question. You've asked it through me. I'm going to answer your question. The amendment makes sense. Do you have further questions?
I would like to ask through you to the Director of Infrastructure when this flood management plan was actually considered by the Flood Management Committee. Thanks.
To the Director of Planning, has this item been considered by the Flood Management Committee in this term of council?
Through you, Chair, the item was considered in 2019.
Thank you. Are there any, Councillor Howard?
Yes, I'd like to speak. And really it goes to Councillor De Cruz's question. I really support the amendment to bring this back to the advisory committee. 2019 is a long time ago. You've been here a long time, long enough to know, correct meeting procedure. I think it's really important that we understand that within a 4-year period, any 4-year period in the Inner West, almost 40% of residents that live here now did not live here in this area 4 years ago. There are significant, there's significant opportunity for the community and for us as a council and as a co-member of that committee. I have heard you say that you think that we should be engaging more on this kind of material. So it's really interesting that we've now got you arguing against that. I think it's really important that we have a full comprehensive look at this as a new council and that we understand that 4 years is a long time for this kind of material to have been looked at by the committee.
Thank you, Councillor De Cruz. I will get to you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there any further speakers for or against this motion? Councillor De Cruz.
Councillor Howard, I was actually the chair of the Flood Committee at their meeting in December 2019, and I have been following up as to why this policy has not been adopted with the Director of Infrastructure right through this term of council. And I was advised in February, it was coming, it was coming, it was coming. No, if you are suggesting to throw it back to the committee, we cannot adopt it tonight. So you're saying it should go back to that committee. It would have been nice to suggest that you were changing the process and it could have gone back to the committee in that last meeting and it could have come to council subsequently.
Okay, are there any other speakers for or against this motion? If not, I will put the amended Scott D'Arienzo motion to a vote. All of those in favour, please raise your hands. In favour, I have Councillors Lockie, Stamoulos, Griffiths, Langford, Atkins, Councillor Sardulius, Smith, Stevens, Howard, D'Arienzo and myself. All of those opposed. Councillor De Cruz. Just note that Councillor Drury has absented himself per his conflict of interest. And we'll just wait for Councillor Drury to re-enter with his cup of tea. Refreshing. Okay, there we go. All right, Councillor Stamoulos moves item 14. Councillor Stamoulos, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I asked that this be pulled out of in globo items to ask a couple of questions because it wasn't clear in the policy how we make some of our investment decisions and how we implement the risk framework around that. In light of that, I'd like to just ask a quick question to the Director of Corporate. Does perpetual investment basically decide on our investments and implement that policy for us?
To the Director Corporate, who may delegate to the CFO.
Through you, Chair, yes, I'll delegate to the CFO regarding prudential investments.
Oh, sorry.
Through the Chair. Through the Chair. Prudential investments are there to guide us. We give them our strategy that we're looking for the 12 months in future, and they then guide us through setting up what we need to manage to and the mechanics behind that.
Thank you, Councillor Stamoulos.
Further question.
And then I'll have Councillor Drury.
Thank you. In light of that then, who is or what is the framework that we use to ensure that we're achieving, AAA ratings, to write down the B ratings, to ensure that our maturity profile is right, our ethical investments are okay? What is that committee within council? Who is doing that?
Director Corporate, who may delegate?
Through the Chair. So it's myself, and I have an analyst in council working with me, as well as we liaise a lot with Prudential, one specific person within Prudential who gives us the information, the ground information, as in what's on offer on the day, as well as what's coming up. We then manage to our covenant with T Corp, that we don't break any of the covenants, as well as the different institutional maximums, as well as AAA maximums and everything to that effect. So we manage it internally ourselves.
Thank you. Councillor Stamoulos, do you have another question?
No, but I'd just like to briefly speak to it.
Sure.
The questions that I asked there, I think, weren't clear to some of the councillors. Others may have been aware of it. Maybe in future we could sort of flesh out that a little bit more in the investment policy so that we know that and we feel comfortable about that sort of risk management and the process that's involved. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Councillor Stamoulos? Since you were the one who asked the question, and you've said that you think that there are other councillors around this table who don't understand the investment policy, can you tell us who you think that they are?
Did I say that they don't understand?
You did say that.
Who, all right, okay, all right.
What do you mean, all right? Who are they?
Sorry?
You said there are other councillors who don't understand this.
Leave it at that. Chair, just leave it at that. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry, Councillor Stamoulos, I asked you a question.
Chair, it's not being answered.
Can I clarify with the Manager of Governance whether Councillor Stamoulos can decline to answer my question? He can. Okay. Noted. Councillor Stamoulos has unresolved and undeclared concerns that some of us don't understand the investment policy. Councillor De Cruz.
Can
Sorry,
I
there was,
ask?
there was language that was just used by Councillor De Cruz that should be withdrawn.
I withdraw that. Can I speak now, or was I being?
You're going to be rude?
Okay, I'm going to
Excuse
call.
me,
excuse
you were
me,
really
I'm gonna
rude to
call this
Councillor
meeting to
Stamoulis.
order. Councillor De Cruz, I'm going to call you to order, and you've been warned twice. We're going to call this whole meeting to order. Now, I did have Councillor Drury, and I apologise for overlooking him. I have Councillor Drury, and then I have Councillor De Cruz.
Look, I would thank the CFO and Kelly Loveridge for bringing this forward. This is the policy under which they operate to deliver us some fairly stunning investment outcomes. The investment outcomes we'll get to consider later on, but these are the parameters. These are the rules. This is how we ask them to go out and to make decisions to invest our money in a way that makes us money, that is prudent, and that is ethical. To that end, I particularly welcome the inclusion in here and the reference to prohibiting us from any investment where with mobs that aren't signed up to the Modern Slavery Act, which is great. And there's another example, one where we're complying with a regulation, and a very good regulation. The other bits of this policy update are simply to give some additional officers some oversight in terms of the mechanics of the investment, so the director and the financial reporting and control manager, which makes sense so that we've got more people who can actually execute the policy in line with the policy. In terms of the changes to the portfolio and credit network, they are simply...
I move an extension of time for Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour, opposed, declare that carried. 2 minutes for you, Councillor Drury.
They are simply to take into account the circumstances in relation to T Corp, which seems a useful and important thing to have reflected. So I think, and there are some other matters that are being tidied up in this policy. So this is a policy which is bloody effective because it makes us some good money. It is ethical and it has checks and balances. That has simply been strengthened by these amendments, and I'd urge all to support the updated policy.
Thank you, Councillor Drury, and I would also like to echo your sincere thanks to the staff for the effort that they have put into updating this policy, which demonstrates for us a clear way forward with our investment strategy. Are there further speakers for or against this motion? If not, I will put the Councillor De Cruz. You would like to speak to a motion to... Councillor De Cruz, do you have something you would like to say to this? Councillor De Cruz, would you like to speak to this motion or not? Microphone on, and then we can all hear what you'd like to say.
I thought I was after Councillor Drury. That's all right. Actually, I was wondering if the officers could explain how the delegations work when it's delegated to 2 people, because I was a bit confused how that works in practice.
Councillor De Cruz, what is your question?
The delegation to 2 people.
Sorry, that's not a question. What's the question?
How will that work?
How do the delegations work?
How the delegation to 2 officers will work in practice.
Okay. To the Director Corporate, how do the delegations to the additional officers work?
So I'll explain the delegations in a sense, in a general sense. Every single delegation has various officers with that delegation. That's how the delegations framework works. It just allows it more than one officer can do a certain activity. It's also consistent with the rest of the delegations framework.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers for or against this motion? If not, I will put the motion
Can I get the,
that the updated investment policy. Councillor Stamoulis, do you wish to speak again to this motion?
I will, thank you, Chair. Councillors, as I mentioned before, I think this is the sort of thing that is key to our responsibilities as councillors, this oversight of the budget, oversight of the financial policy and major decisions that such as this investment policy allows us to make about where our finances go. My earlier comments really were about ensuring that we have that broader knowledge there in the policy itself, that broader knowledge about the risk framework, decision making and how that works. And I think that it would probably add 1 or 2 pages to the policy, but I think it'd be fruitful for us to have that information there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stamoulis, and apologies for overlooking your right of reply. I had thought that it was Councillor Drury who moved the primary motion, but nonetheless, thank you for that. And I'll now put it that the investment policy be adopted. All those in favour and opposed, and I'll declare that item carried. Now, the next item we have is item 16. I will move the adoption of the Traffic Committee minutes. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Stevens. I will waive my right to speak to those minutes. Councillor Stevens, do you wish to speak to the minutes?
Likewise, I'll waive.
Is there anyone who wishes to? Councillor Howard.
I just have 2 questions regarding item 4. If I could please ask them through you, Chair, to the Director of Infrastructure.
Indeed. Go ahead.
So residents are broadly supportive of the proposal to install pedestrian refuge at the corner of Northcote Street and Sydenham Road, and I just note that that intersection regularly floods. Northcote Street regularly floods. Residents have just asked me, and I'm through you, Chair, asking this question of council officers, whether the works that are planned here, whether that will exacerbate flooding that does occur on the street and inhibit the draining of water at the location. If I could please just ask what the interaction of those 2 things would be and what the process from here might be to make sure those concerns are considered.
Thank you. To the Director of Infrastructure.
Through you, Chair. So in relation to the process itself, so to inform the local traffic committee, a concept plan was developed. In the consideration of the concept plan, issues, constraints within the area were considered, one of those being flooding, and council officers assessed that risk at the time of the development of that concept, and they believe at a conceptual basis that the introduction of a traffic calming device will not impact flooding. However, the next stage of this process would involve, with the adoption of the local traffic committee minutes, would involve the detailed design of that element, which will mean that the risks and issues will be further explored and that the design will appropriately and satisfactorily contend with any of those flooding risks.
Thank you. A follow-up question.
A further question? Yes, go ahead.
Just for the benefit of council, are you able to provide any information about the planned stormwater works for Northcote Street?
My understanding is that in a future year, FY24, there is $150,000 worth of money allocated to improve the pipe drainage network within the street. Again, that is requiring a detailed design as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there any speakers for or against adoption of the Traffic Committee minutes? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All those in favour and opposed? Councillor Stamoulis, you didn't vote. Councillor, you're in favour of the adoption of the minutes? Okay, I'll declare that carried unanimously.
Chair, could I
Councillor
please
Smith.
move item 19 with an amendment that's been provided?
Indeed, you may. Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to your item?
I will, thank you. Councillors, I know I don't have to rehash why renters' rights are so important, particularly in our part of the world. We know that council has an important advocacy role to play when it comes to tenancy laws and renters' rights. And I think it's really important that we do that, but I also think, particularly with the new New South Wales government that has shown through its announcements during the campaign that it is supportive of increasing renters' rights. And I note that there is a significant renters' rights bill being introduced in the Parliament tomorrow. That said, I think it's really important that we do this in the right way, and that means ensuring that our advocacy is informed by expertise and by consultation and engagement with experts. So basically this amendment is just to slightly reorder the way we do that and model that on the really successful approach that we've had with some of the other town halls, roundtables, summits that we've held over this term of council. We've seen it work with the Arts and Music Recovery Summit, we've seen it with the EV Summit, the Mental Health Summit, and the Local Economic Summit, to name some of our recent successes, which has brought together key stakeholders, advocates, subject matter experts, and really informed not only what we do at a local council level, but also how we go out and advocate and lobby to state and federal governments. So this amendment will just see us convene a renters' rights town hall to bring together tenant advocacy groups, social service, housing organisations, and hopefully as well the state ministers for better regulation and fair trading and the Minister for Housing. I'm hopeful that after that we will be able to go back and approach these state government stakeholders with a advocacy agenda that is really informed by that process. And finally, I will note that I would like this to be co-facilitated by myself and Councillor Griffiths, who are both renters and both strong advocates of renters' rights in the Inner West. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Councillor Smith, for bringing this amended version of the motion. I'm proud to represent Ashfield, which in the most recent census showed that, well, renters like me are the majority of people in Ashfield. And right now, renting is completely cooked. Too many residents are in rental stress, spending more than 30% of their income on rent. Too many are spending more than 50% of their income on rent. If you're on welfare, single parent payment, well, I think that's pretty dire. And what are people actually paying for? Too often, dilapidated, mould-ridden, in ill repair, maybe a dodgy landlord. And there are so many issues to advocate on. And I'm particularly concerned about the poor quality of housing that's on the market. When I last moved, I inspected a property on Sloane Street, Summer Hill, asking price $510, and the mould was so bad that the floorboards were seeping and the walls were warped. The kitchen and bathroom were simply disgusting. And this is what landlords can get away with putting on the market in its current state. I hear stories like this too often. Council obviously has a clear role in regulating ensuring that buildings are fit for habitation, but I think the current prevalence of poor standards of rentable properties on the market is so high that we need some state government support in this area. That said, I do think that the recommendation was maybe a bit cart before the horse, in that I think we need to consult first, we need to get the issues right, and then effectively advocate to the state government to achieve the change which is sorely needed. Justice for renters.
Thank you. I agree. Justice for renters. Councillor Langford, you'd like to speak to this motion?
Thank you. Just a question, actually, through you, Chair, to the relevant officer. I'm just wondering about in the background, point 2D, it talks about further consultation and advocacy about empty properties tax, and I'm just wondering what council proposes to do in regard to that point. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, that's actually an area of investigation that I'm exploring and researching now, and could be the subject of further discussion or even perhaps a briefing note once that draws to a conclusion.
Thank you.
Thank you. I might also just respond to Councillor Griffiths just to note that it has been a particular passion project of Councillor Byrne to advocate in this domain, and he has done that as Mayor of the Inner West, and before that as Mayor of Leichhardt Council as far back as 2015. and it is not for want of trying and continued advocacy with the state government that has not materialised, although we have received advice back over a number of years that it is not a priority. I am sure that Councillor Byrne's efforts should continue to be recognised in that domain. Are there any further speakers for Councillor Stamlos who would like to speak to the motion?
Councillors, on the last term of council, I put forward a notice of motion asking the council to investigate why we had 6,080 unoccupied dwellings across the inner west. Unfortunately, we didn't get much information back. I assume it's quite a technical study to do, but 6,080 dwellings is a lot of dwellings to have vacant, and we need to know what type of dwellings they are. They are private dwellings, and we need to know what type they are. Then we need to know why, and I'd hope that we may be able to initiate some sort of study on those 6,000 dwellings. It's now 8,100.
Councillor Stamlos, can I just ask, what is the relevance of your previous... Sorry, I'm going to finish my question. What is the relevance of your commentary about a notice of motion that you have moved and been responded to with regard to this particular motion about renters' rights?
Because there could well be a good portion of rental stock. And we're talking about renters' availability to housing. I think one councillor spoke about the availability of housing, the cost of housing, and if this is rental stock, and it may not.
All right, carry on.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have the answer to that. But we're now up to 8,100 dwellings that are vacant. So we've increased by 35, 36% since I last talked about this a couple of years ago. Now, we're not the only ones increasing, by the way, that we're seeing that throughout Sydney, but we're at the higher rate now. We're up at 9.9%, so we're starting to move very high in our unoccupied dwelling rate. What I'm suggesting here is any policy or any solutions we're trying to find for renters needs to find out a little bit about why a solid element of housing is being withdrawn from the stock, and there could be good reasons for it. I'm not suggesting, we just need to find that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, look, I think, so potentially we're having this round table and we're trying to bring some experts into the room, people like the Tenants Union, maybe Shelton, New South Wales Council of Social Services. I think we need to work with them to identify what they think are the issues that really impact housing affordability and a bad deal for renters. If that's something that they talk about, then we can pursue it further in a later motion of notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Smith, would you like a right of reply?
Just to say that I won't preempt what the experts at the round table will brief us on, but I'm sure that once they do, we'll have a clearer picture of what our priorities should be.
Noted. And with that, I will put this item to a vote. All of those in favour and opposed, and I'll declare that carried unanimously. We are up to item 20, creative use of council venues. I will move that we adopt the officer's recommendation. Is there a seconder for that item? Councillor Lockie, I waive my right to speak. Councillor Lockie waives her right to speak. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak for this motion? Would anyone like to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All of those in favour? Opposed? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 21, the investment report.
Move that way.
Thank you. Councillor Drew, do you wish to speak to the item? No. Is there a seconder? Councillor Stamlos, would you like to speak to the item? Councillor Stamlos waives his right to speak. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to the motion? Councillor De Cruz.
I just wondered if there's any progress on the market testing for alternate financial manager or advisor or whatever.
Councillor De Cruz, are you asking a question through the chair?
Yep.
Could you ask that question through the chair, please?
Through the chair to the Director of Corporate or the CFO, has there been any progress on the market testing tenders or testing the market for new investment advisors?
Thank you. I'll put that to the Director Corporate, who might delegate to the CFO.
Through the chair, we're in the process of putting out the tender and we'll wait to see who responds.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers for this motion or against this motion? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All of those in favour and opposed, and I'll declare that carried unanimously. The next item is item 22. Councillor Griffiths, this is your notice of motion. I assume you'd like to move it.
Yeah. As mentioned, we should be proud that we have met our 2025 renewable electricity target 3 years early. But there's still a way to go. Our struggle against climate change is ongoing and we can't take our mind off taking action. We need a gas-free council. We need a gas-free inner west community. While I said that fleet was our highest source of carbon emissions, well, you can guess what's second. It's gas. Now the council has met its goals regarding 100% renewable electricity, the program to transition from gas to electric should be brought forward. From a community perspective, the increase in solar on homes and the progressive greening of our electricity grid means that electrification has become an important priority for the entire inner west community in our pursuit of zero emissions. And there's no reason that the entire inner west area should not be completely gas-free. But this starts with new developments. I've been really interested in Waverley Council's recent changes to their development control plan to improve indoor air quality by preventing the installation of gas stoves, gas ovens, gas-based heating in residential developments. Unlike our approach, which can be seen through the carbon neutral precincts, the Waverley's approach do not come with developer incentives. I think this is something that we should be investigating if it's feasible. If it's effective, then we follow suit. But the simple matter is that the state government could more effectively restrict gas in new developments. They can make legislation far quicker than we can change our planning controls. And that's what I hope they precisely do.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Is there a seconder for this motion?
I would like to second this with an
Councillor
amendment.
Smith.
Thank
Would you like to
Chair.
speak to the motion, Councillor Smith?
I'll just ask that the amendment be displayed on the screen.
Oh, Councillor Smith is moving an amendment. Okay. Before you speak to your amendment, can I ask if Councillor Griffiths accepts it? Okay, fabulous.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Smith.
It's incredibly non-substantive. It's really just to clarify that we received one report on original points, I think 2 and 5, as opposed to 2 separate reports, and gives a deadline of the end of the year. But otherwise, support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for this motion? Would anyone like to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All of those in favour and any opposed, and I'll declare that carried unanimously. Now, we have preemptively celebrated the Chinese community in Ashfield, and not before time. We are up to item 24, notice of motion, high staff turnover at the Inner West Council. Councillor Stamors, would you like to move your motion?
Thank you, Chair. I attended a ARIC meeting earlier on this year where the issue of high staff turnover at Inner West was raised. So that prompted me, via a question on notice, as most councillors would be aware, to ask for the yearly breakdown to see what was going on, analyse that data a little bit more. And what I noticed there was that 3 of the 6 years since the merger, we've been sitting between 17 and 18% staff turnover, which I would suggest in the public service that would be very, very high. What's more important, though, I wanted to see what happened over COVID. Now, you'll see over 2020 and 21, it was subdued, came right down. What was going to happen after COVID? So the year after, in 2022, it shoots back up to 17.3%. So something is happening there that I think would be wise for us all to understand better. This is a simple motion asking that we be briefed about this, and we also bring this data to the attention of ARIC for their assessment of it and report back to council on it. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Stamoulos' motion? Councillor Atkins, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just very briefly, thank you. The local government sector is one of Australia's biggest employers, but it also has one of the highest turnover rates. Nationally, the turnover rate in local government, according to ALGA, is about 15%, compared to around 8.2% across Australian industries more generally. In September 2022, ALGA said that around 9 in 10 Australian councils are now experiencing skill shortages, an increase of 30% from just 4 years ago, and 2/3 of councils have had local projects impacted or delayed as a result. President Linda Scott noted that retaining the staff they already have is also a big challenge for many councils, given the current competition for skills within the private sector and also other levels of government. Just because Inner West staff turnover is similar to that of other councils does not remove the risk. We heard people speak from the professions earlier and passed a resolution for the Mayor relating to customer service in development assessment. We know with competition from other councils and private sector that this is an area of risk for high turnover. While attrition is already one of the metrics reported to ARIC in the 6 monthly reports, it is not an outrageous request for council to receive a briefing on the level of turnover, the reasons for it, and the consequences of it for council. The risks are no less because other councils are experiencing the same high turnover. And while this metric is reported to ARIC 6 monthly, it's also not outrageous to suggest that the turnover rate and associated risks are specifically raised with ARIC for advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Drury.
Councillors, I'd urge you to vote against this. I'd urge you to vote against this because this has been framed in a negative and alarmist fashion. Had it been framed more in the way that Councillor Atkins had spoken, then it could have been a useful and a constructive motion to be debated and considered. I'll not speculate as to why it was framed as it is, because the reference to high staff turnover in the context of local government industry, it is not high. It is not high. It's actually probably towards the lower end. However, what we do know is that there are stresses and strains, as Councillor Atkins pointed out, with reference to the AGLA research on staffing within councils. If we want to have a more general discussion and be part of a discussion with the New South Wales body and the national body in relation to skills shortages and how we retain people, then that is a useful discussion to be having. To be asserting that we have an unusually high turnover within this council, I think is not helpful in the least.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Are there any further speakers to this motion? Councillor Griffiths?
I was just hoping to get a question to the officers, whether the Inner West Council staff turnover is unusually high in comparison to other councils.
I will put that question to the General Manager.
Thank you, Chair. Now, if you look at the average turnover since the merger, it's at 14%. The heard Councillor Atkins refer to it as industry-wide 15%. There's been some ups and downs over the time, but Council went through quite a significant merger process. And then on the back of COVID, we had lots of turnover through people changing their circumstances through that period.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Indeed, Councillor Griffiths.
It would just actually be good to hear from the General Manager whether or not the General Manager has concerns about this topic.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank
to the
you.
General Manager.
Thanks, Chair. Not at this point in time. Obviously, turnover affects anyone, but we're going through what I would call a period of stability from a leadership perspective. So there's less change going on now than they would at the top of the organisation, and I think that's a good thing. And our communications and that with all staff are good, setting a positive culture going forward. There's just the turnover, I would say, is challenging in areas that are there's critical staff shortages. So I would think that the turnover isn't about cultural issues from within; it's more about staff shortages in an industry-wide context.
Thank you.
Chair,
third question, Councillor Griffiths. Yep, go ahead.
A third question, which is just around the costs of the turnover. It seemed in previous years the cost was substantially higher than this current financial year. I was just wondering if you could comment about whether or not those costs have been high in previous years, and what's the rationale behind that? For instance, was it the cost of amalgamation, or just a bit more clarity on that.
To the General Manager.
Thanks, through the Chair. The cost early on were through the significant organisational change that occurred in the first few years was associated with redundancies. The turnover that's occurred of late has not been associated with redundancies.
Thank you. Councillor Lockie, you wish to speak to this item?
Yes, just a note, look, I do hear what Councillor Drury is saying in terms of the framing of this. It could have been worded better. That said, given that it has been raised in ARIC as an issue that we should be keeping an eye on, and it does have a big impact on how we work as an organisation, I don't object to the brief, having a briefing on it and it being raised specifically with ARIC. My question, I do have a question through you, Chair, to the General Manager. There is a note in the officer's comments that says that the average turnover here at Inner West Council is considered within the accepted range as stipulated by the sector and LG New South Wales. What is that acceptable range defined as?
To the General Manager.
I'm going to have to go off the top of my head here, but it was somewhere between...
You can take this on notice.
Yeah, I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to also speak briefly against this motion as the other council delegate to ARIC. I know that it has been raised at ARIC. However, ARIC has processes in place to monitor staff matters along with other risks. There is no need for a special report of this type, particularly one that is framed in a way, as Councillor Drury has identified, to be in a way that is particularly negative about our staff, about the way that they work, or about the industry generally. And with that, we've heard 2 speakers for and 2 against, so I'm going to put this item to a vote.
Chair, before we do, may I ask a question of you?
Yes,
your participation
please,
in
Councillor
ARIC.
Stephens.
To what extent has the risk of staff turnover arising from demerger of Inner West been considered on ARIC? Presumably that would result in extremely high levels of turnover.
Thank you, Councillor Stephens. The risks from demerger, as you know, have been considered in detail at ARIC. We have commissioned special briefings, we have commissioned external consultation, which was provided to us through a report by Ernst & Young, which was also tabled at this council. And one of the risks that was raised within that report was the risk of staff departure as a result of any impending demerger. I believe that ARIC has turned its mind considerably to this particular item, and as I said, as a delegate to ARIC, I feel well informed and briefed, and I do not feel the need to have a separate briefing commissioned by Councillor Stamalos on this topic. Councillor Stamalos, do you want your right of reply?
Chair. Look, just correcting a statement that was made earlier that we had higher turnover during COVID. You'll notice there, in fact, that was our lowest turnover or close to the lowest. It was during COVID. It was 10.7 and 12, and in fact the escalation since then has caused the concern there. So understanding that a little bit better is important. As for what our standard is, well, we saw that in the quarterly budget review tonight. It's very clear in the quarterly budget review it says less than 14%. Now, 3 of the years we've had greater than 14%, in fact 17% or more. So our own quarterly budget review gives us the guidelines as to what council finds acceptable, and that's in item 1 on the agenda. So councillors, I think this is a very simple one. The board of directors or the council should be understanding what's going on with 3 of the 6 years or half the year since the merger, showing very high staff turnover rates, and in fact the last 3 years escalating, and that should be a concern to councillors. Thank you.
Okay,
Excuse me, Chair.
No, I'm going to put this item to a vote. We have heard 2 speakers for and 2 against, and Councillor Stamalos has had his right of reply. All of those in favour of the Stamalos-Atkins motion, raise your hands. In favour, I have Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, Langford, Griffiths, Stamalos and Lockie, and those opposed, Councillors Drury, Sardulia, Smith, Stevens, Howard, D'Arienzo, and myself. That has been defeated. The next item is item 25, notice of motion West Tigers NRL games at Leichhardt Oval, which I will move. Councillors, I am a West Tigers tragic, and being a West Tigers tragic in 2023 means having an eye to the future, okay? And the future of rugby league is the NRLW. And I can't tell you for how long I have been looking forward to seeing the West Tigers women run out of that grubby tunnel at Leichhardt Oval for the first time. It's even in my councillor bio. If you look on the website, it says Councillor Scott is looking forward to the NRLW West Tigers team. And so you can imagine my disappointment when I ripped open that letter from Justin Pascoe with the, metaphorically ripped it open because he sent me an email, with my members' notification of the home and away schedule for the inaugural NRLW season that would feature a West Tigers women's team, and it didn't include any games at Leichhardt Oval. The games are being played at Belmore and Campbelltown and Parramatta and Broadmeadows, which is up in Newcastle. Now, far be it from me to deny the people of Belmore and Campbelltown and Parramatta and even Broadmeadows the opportunity to see the glorious game of rugby league by being played by the champions of the West Tigers women's team. But Leichhardt Oval is an iconic venue. It is the 8th wonder, and we need to have those women playing some games here. I have invited the Mayor to join me in writing to express our disappointment that there are no games scheduled at Leichhardt Oval this year, to urge the board to consider scheduling at least one final there if the women make the final, which they are going to do, and that next year we ensure that at least one of their home and away rounds is played at Leichhardt Oval. Understanding the tragedy that befalls me, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor D'Arienzo, would you like to speak to this motion? Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for this motion? Councillor De Cruz.
Sorry, I just have a question. Do we have the costs and the income of running the Leichhardt Oval?
Councillor De Cruz, do we have the costs of running Leichhardt Oval?
Yeah, and perhaps the officers would like to take that as a question on notice about the costs and the revenue of Leichhardt Oval. Thank you.
To the Director Corporate, would you like to make a comment or take that on notice?
Take that on notice, please, Chair.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against this motion? If not, I will put that to a vote. All of those in favour? And any opposed? And I'll declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next item is notice of motion Iron Cove Creek Walk and Cycleway, which I will also move. Many of us around this table are familiar with the concept of the Iron Cove Walk and Cycleway, a fantastic project proposed to link the Ashfield Aquatic Centre with the bay, and in the future potentially to carry on around the bay and take in a proposed Great Harbour Walk around Roselle Bay, Blackwattle Bay, Balmain and Glebe and the fish markets. We have just concluded consultation on the blue-green grid strategy, which was actively seeking missing links projects, and it's my proposal that we add this project to the blue-green grid and advocate for its continuation through that process. I do have Councillor Drury to second this motion, but I would just make one final comment, which is he's so enthusiastic for the Iron Cove Walk, he's jumping out of his chair. I would really like to thank the Friends of Iron Cove Creek, and in particular Anna Harvey, who has been such a strong advocate entirely voluntarily for this project. She truly is a friend of the Iron Cove Creek and of our community. I invited her to come and speak to the meeting tonight, and she told me that she is currently in Bhutan working on projects to bring the internet to otherwise unconnected remote communities. And I said, please don't feel the need to dial in from Bhutan. I don't want you to use your limited bandwidth coming to this meeting, but I will note her thanks and support of this project. Councillor Drury.
Chair, I'm really pleased that you've brought this forward, and that I'm really pleased that there is another strong advocate on this council for this idea. It's an idea that's been around for at least 2 decades. We made some easements a very long time ago to make this possible, the back of certain properties. There are considerable challenges, I understand, and I look forward to receiving the feasibility report as it comes back. But good on you for spotting the point and the opportunity in terms of this blue-green grid strategy, because this seems to fit perfectly. The fact that one of the lots of blue water is the Ashfield Aquatic Centre, I think should just be a detail that we shouldn't quibble with. But the capacity to link the bay with the central part of our municipality through a couple of wards, I think is a great opportunity, and I look forward to seeing the staff, seeing how we can progress this as an idea. We are not clueless as to the challenges. It's Parramatta Road, smack bang in the middle of it, we get that. But I think, as we've shown in terms of the Greenway, we are people of great vision. People of the Inner West like these sorts of ideas of walkways and cycleways. It's another great one. Good on you, Pip, for getting behind it.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Your considerable effort towards the realisation of this project is not unnoticed. Everybody knows you have been a champion for Ashfield and for this walk and cycleway, and I thank you on behalf of the rest of the councillors for the advocacy you've done. Councillor Griffiths?
Thank you, Chair. I did have the opportunity to drop into one of the blue-green grid stalls, consultation stalls over in Newtown Memorial, Camdenville Memorial Park, and yeah, the calibre of engagement from the community and the original ideas and people just really wanting to grapple in making the area better for the environment, better for people. I was just super impressed about that. I'm really excited to see the final report. I did have an additional point, which I wanted to put past council, if that could be displayed on the screen. It's a new point 4, and then subsequent renumbering. But the main idea is that, considering that we're, hopefully soon will be completing the construction of the Greenway and, you know, having this other, you know, transport, active transport artery, I think it's really important to connect them both. And obviously, there's already going to be a clearer connection on the north side of Parramatta Road, but I think an east-west link connecting the two on the south side, you know, is an intuitive way to go. So, hoping council will
Happy
accept
to
that
accept that. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Is there any other speakers for or against this motion? If not, I'll put this motion as amended by Councillor Griffiths to a vote. All of those in favour? Any opposed? Declare that carried unanimously. We are up to item 28, notice of motion Camdenville Park. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. The good people of St Peters have been waiting for far too long for Camdenville Park to be upgraded. As the background notes to this motion outline, a comprehensive plan of management for the park was previously adopted by the former Mayoral Council in 2014. That plan included upgrades to the sports field and playground, walking paths, a BMX pump track, and a spectacular wetlands named after local environmentalist Peter Bulger. I didn't know Peter, but so many people who did have spoken to me about just how decent he was, just how passionate he was about the local environment and about his local community. Peter sadly passed away in 2013 following a battle with brain cancer. There has been broad support for the planned upgrades at Camdenville Park. However, work has been stymied by possessions of land, first by WestConnex and secondly by Transgrid for their recent significant upgrades of key electrical infrastructure. Residents in St Peters have faced delay after delay, and finally this year the land has been returned to Inner West Council and work can begin. So what am I doing with this motion? Two things. One, I would want to give every assurance to residents that we're on the job by asking council staff to report on the ways we're delivering upgrades as quickly as possible, and to report on any opportunities that might exist to bring works forward. And secondly, to reaffirm our commitment to delivering the Peter Bulger wetlands, which I understand currently sits outside the budget scope. We have an obligation to deliver these works as quickly and as fully as possible, and I look forward to receiving a report from staff that shows just how we can do it.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Smith? Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Smith?
I will waive my right.
Okay. Is there any other speakers for this motion? Any speaker? Councillor
Yes.
Langford.
Thank you. Just wanting to support this motion, and yeah, really would be great if we could get this work scheduled. It is a really long time that people have been waiting, and I know they're very, very keen. So thanks for raising the motion.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against the motion? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All of those in favour? Any opposed? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 29.
I would like to move this with an amendment to my own motion that has been provided to the minute taker.
Councillor Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. This is a pretty simple motion with a pretty simple objective, and that is that we want a community battery here in the Inner West. It's clear that this is an objective widely shared by the Inner West community, and you don't have to look any further for proof of that than the almost 200 locals who turned out to our community battery info session held at Leichhardt Town Hall this past Saturday. This session was held in partnership between Council and Inner West Community Batteries, including Dr. Margaret Vickers, who spoke in tonight's public forum, and with representatives from Ausgrid in attendance. These experts presented thoughtful and informative presentations and answered questions from the community. It was a really fantastic event. The round one funding grants that this motion refers to are an opportunity that we cannot afford to miss, especially now that we finally, after many, many years, have a federal government that takes action on climate change seriously and is committed to the renewable energy transition. I know I don't have to extol the benefits of community batteries to this audience, but just bear with me briefly. The storage provided by these batteries is key to enabling the growth of more variable renewable energy, including solar and wind, and supporting our energy system when the sun doesn't shine or the wind doesn't blow, so filling in the gaps from some of those other renewable energy technologies. And as a council with a nation-leading record when it comes to transitioning to renewable energy and divesting from fossil fuels, the Inner West deserves to be at the forefront of the community battery rollout. It's also a fantastic example of socialising the benefits of renewables to the community. These batteries allow the benefits of cheaper renewable energy to be shared by everyone, not just those who can afford to invest upfront in their own private battery, their own solar panels or other energy saving measures. That's low-income households, public housing, students, young people, renters, apartment dwellers. So there is a social justice element to this motion as well. My amendment is just that last bit which is underlined. It's clear that partnering with expert providers is key to getting us across the line.
You can extend, and Councillor Griffiths will second. Carry on, Councillor Smith.
Thank you so much. Once again, on my second last line, it's clear that partnering with expert providers is the key to getting us across the line when it comes to these grant applications, and ensuring that we have the expert knowledge to secure one of these grants and maintain a battery if we're successful. So my amendment to my own motion is just to propose that we also explore opportunities to partner with Ausgrid, the good folks at Ausgrid, as part of this EOI application. Thank you.
The good folks at Ausgrid. Yes, okay. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Drury, would you like to speak to the motion? No, he waives his right. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? For the motion, against the motion? If not, I will put this motion to a vote. All of those in favour and any opposed, and I'll declare that carried unanimously. Item 30, the Good Neighbour Policy. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a small amendment as well that could be displayed. The purpose of this motion is to reaffirm Council's support for the Good Neighbour Policy, an instrument to help navigate the inevitable tensions that can arise between residents and local venues where there may be impacts on amenity. We are for live music. We're for a thriving eclectic arts and cultural scene. We're for a nighttime economy that is accessible, fun, safe and well supported. We know that live music venues in the arts and cultural industries were amongst the hardest hit by COVID, being the first to close and the last to open. We know it's hard to sustain viable venues in a tough economic climate. We also know that on the whole, venues want to be good citizens, good neighbours, supporting our local communities and working with residents to reduce impacts on amenity. Residents, for their part, mostly support our local venues and creative industries and recognise that having access to gigs and great night spots is one of the things that make our suburbs such great places to live in the first place. Tensions inevitably arise, and it's critical that we have a way to address valid concerns, find common ground, and to navigate conflicts between venues and neighbours. In 2019, the Mayor brought forward a motion to expand the former Leichhardt Council's Good Neighbour Policy to the whole of the local government area. It requires officers to convene a meeting between venues and residents when issues arise, and offers a real opportunity to bring people together to find common solutions that respect the rights of residents, foster good practices by venue operators, and recognise the many benefits that come from a healthy, robust nighttime economy. It also speaks to our best selves. Inner Westies are problem solvers. We're not afraid to speak our minds, but also respect diversity of opinions and experiences, and we're able to navigate complex challenges with compassion and a sense of goodwill. The policy gives us an opportunity to meet these challenges with our best characteristics on display, and to find outcomes that benefit the whole community and give everyone a voice at the table.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Stevens seconds this motion. Councillor Stevens, would you like to speak to the Good Neighbour Policy?
Waive my right.
Okay, fantastic. Are there any further speakers for this motion? Any speakers against the motion? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All of those in favour? Any opposed? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 30. Oh, I'm so sorry. The one time I looked down. Okay. Councillor Stamoulos opposes the Good Neighbour Policy. Let the record show. Okay. Item 31. Community consultation. Oh, no, we did that one. Item 32. The LEP. Councillor D'Arienzo.
Thank you, Chair. So the LEP is one of the mechanisms that supports the delivery of housing supply to meet population growth. And as everyone in this room is aware, we made a decision as a council to advocate for housing growth to be strategically placed in suitable areas and that the entire local government area be assessed for opportunities. So while planning is challenging, this process is about finding a path forward for our community to continue being a healthy and vibrant community. And I believe we can use this process to protect the areas that we love and make sure that we rezone areas to accommodate our growing population. What this motion proposes to do is find a way where we can come together and listen to each other's views, hear what each other are concerned about. My motion proposes to ignite these conversations and seek input from the community on overarching planning principles. Through a survey, we can ask our community what is important, what are their concerns, and what are their ideas. We need to be open to hearing it all. The other component of this motion builds on what I'd introduced in a motion in November 2022 to convene a number of meetings of key stakeholders that bring together different and diverse views into the one room. I propose that we commence with the Ashfield-Marrickville ward, where the stakeholders can discuss the challenges we have in front of us and find any common ground to adopt as our key planning principles. So let's bring people together, let's find our common principles, and then let's move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Councillor.
Amended.
Sorry, Councillor D'Arienzo is moving an amended version of the motion? Okay. This is the correct one with the red text? Okay, fabulous. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Langford will second the motion. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. Just very briefly, and I have just a question, but yeah, really support this motion. I know the residents in the Mayoral area particularly are very keen to find out what's going on, and having them providing an opportunity to engage would be really helpful, I think, engaging them in the process and all of these groups. My question through the chair, I'm just wondering regarding point 2 that we're awaiting the response from the Department of Planning. I believe that letter was sent in around November last year, and I'm just wondering, has Council followed up with the Department of Planning since that letter was sent, and do we have any updates? Thank you.
To the Director of Planning, have we received a response to our letter of November last year? Or is there a further update?
There have been an exchange of correspondences, and there's been a number of meetings, officer-led meetings, to discuss the matter. But the position of the Department of Planning has been unchanging in terms of that correspondence that we received late last year, which was that they continued to rest on a position that required small group, small location LEP amendments rather than an LGA-wide LEP.
Thank you. A further question, Councillor
Yeah,
Langford?
if you don't mind, Chair,
Yep.
thanks. So where does that leave us as a council in terms of the LEP and our next steps? With
I'll put that
what,
to, sorry.
thank you, with what was previously proposed, and where do we go next with that?
Okay, I'll put that to the Director of Planning.
Well, there are a number of avenues that we could take, and really, I think it's not something that can be properly canvassed and considered in a Q&A on the council floor, but is perhaps better, more deeply discussed and explored in a councillor workshop and via a briefing. There are small group workshops that we could consider. There is also the potential to allow the local planning panel or a representative from the Department of Planning to have council's planning powers in this regard, which was the advice from the Department of Planning in their original written advice.
Thank you. To the Director. Pardon? Okay. I'll call the meeting to order.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had one
Did you
more
have another question,
if
Councillor
that's
Langford?
okay.
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I understand that Council is currently reviewing the heritage significance across Inner West LGA, including neighbourhoods, for consideration as potential new heritage conservation areas. And I'm wondering when will Council consider all localities identified in the GML analysis, including, you know, the detailed heritage assessment of South Dulwich Hill? Thank you.
to the Director of Planning.
We are currently pulling that together, including a timeframe, and it will be the subject of a forthcoming council report. I'm not sure that it's August, but it is shortly after the council recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the D'Arienzo Langford motion? If not, I'll put, Councillor D'Arienzo, right of reply, waved. I'll put that to a vote. All of those in favour and opposed, and I will declare that carried unanimously this time, having paid attention to every hand. Okay, we are up to item 33, revised social media policy. Councillor Stevens.
Chair, I move to place a revised social media policy for councillors on public exhibition. Council social media policy for councillors has been in place since 2018 when it was adopted unanimously at the August meeting of council. While the policy overall is sound, there is merit in refreshing aspects of the policy to recognise that councillors as elected representatives are responsible for the administration and moderation of their use of social media, to reference the emergence of new social media platforms and to address the reality of the social media environment in 2023. Unfortunately, social media platforms are increasingly failing to provide a safe environment for users, with Twitter an obvious example following a change in ownership. Racism, anti-Semitism, homophobia and transphobia are awash on the platform, and reports to Twitter safety mostly go unanswered. Councillors should not have to accept this, yet that is what the current policy allows. It provides only limited grounds on which councillors may block users or remove posts, such as when a post incites violence. This is not in line with practice adopted by other councils, including our neighbouring City of Sydney Council, which has no social media policy for councillors and places no restraints on their ability to moderate their social media. Councillors should, of course, be prepared to engage in robust political debate and to accept constructive and strident criticism. That is part of our role. However, just as we would not tolerate anyone shouting racist abuse in the council chamber, nor should we have to tolerate hateful and harmful conduct online. Accordingly, the only proposed substantive amendment to the policy would allow councillors to block users and remove comments at their discretion, having regard to the importance of respectful democratic discussion and debate.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor D'Arienzo, would you like to speak to the motion? Waved. Are there any speakers for Councillor Griffiths?
Yep, and thank you, Councillor Stevens, for bringing this proposal. I have to say, I think actually Councillor Stevens would be well placed to advise the OLG on a model policy in social media. They do need advice. I have one amendment, which is to strike out the point 5, which relates to emergencies. I think that's more appropriate in a staff-facing policy rather than a social media policy for councillors. Councillors own their social media channels and they're managed by councillors, not staff. And although it isn't a separate point, I think through this process of talking about social media in council, I did hear when we were going through previous motions that there was a need to look at the policy that relates to council official social media channels and use of social media by council officers. So I'd just verbally like to invite maybe that we look at updating the current social media policy that applies to council officers and see if we can adopt any changes to that and make it more robust, updated. But yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Stevens, do you accept that?
Very happy to accept that
Okay,
amendment.
fantastic. Are there any Councillor Stamos you wish to speak to this motion?
Just a quick question on process through to the General Manager, if I could. I wasn't aware that we were doing a revision of the social media policy, so I'm just wondering if you could fill us in on those details. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stamos. I will defer to the Manager of Governance, who manages our suite of policies, and she can advise us on the process for updating policies. Thank you.
An extensive policy harmonisation project is underway against Council, which has seen a review of all policies to ensure that they are being reviewed appropriately and not just left for years and years. The policies that have been referenced, specifically from Councillor Griffith, are under review as per the process required because they're due for review.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on this motion? Councillor Stevens, a right of reply?
Just briefly to acknowledge the comments from Councillor Griffiths and to note that the next stage in this process ought to be to bring the social media policy for council officers in line with the general principles articulated in this policy, and that's something we could do at the next meeting or at a following meeting.
Thank you. I concur there is no one better placed to advise us than Councillor Stevens. I'll put this motion to a vote. All of those in favour? Any opposed? Declare that carried unanimously. Okay, we are, I think we have dealt with all of the ordinary items, and so we will now need to go into confidential session. Can I move, Councillor Howard, that we go into confidential session, seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo? All of those in favour? Opposed? Declare that carried. Okay, I will just... councillors, the live stream has resumed, and with that I will close the meeting at 10:35.